Do that and then we'll swear them in. Go ahead and call this meeting to order. If please rise. I've asked Kenneth Pryor to lead the prayer flag.
Pray with me. Heavenly Father, God, we want to thank you for the day that you've given, knowing each day is a gift. And I do pray for the business to be conducted tonight, that all that we would just seek to honor you with what is said and what's decided here. And I pray this in the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen. Attention, salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can you give a roll call, please?
Terry Lamar.
Here.
Troy Shropshire.
Here.
Lori Bradshaw.
Here.
Kenneth Pryor.
Here.
Tyler Brown.
Here.
Charles Trammell.
Here.
Chris Dumpier.
Here.
Bruce Smith.
Here. Okay. Before we get started with any petitions or anything, we're going to go ahead and jump down to Mayor's Report, Item A, which we do owe an apology to two of the council members that are remaining seated. We forgot to add their names to it, so we don't want to leave them out. The swearing in of Kenneth Pryor to Ward 2, the seat and Tyler Brown to Ward 3 seat, expiring in 2026, and then we have Chris Gontier, Ward 4, and Choya Shropshire, Ward 1. So we'll go ahead and do that now. Courtney, you've got that?
Yeah. Do we still have motion and stuff on this?
No, not for this.
No. So you guys want to head up there? She'll swear you in down there.
Okay. I've never done this before, and I hate talking in public like this, so bear with me. I know.
Can you speak into the microphone?
Yeah, because I talk really loud. I guess maybe it would be better. I don't want to be in front of you.
That doesn't work?
It
It
does,
does.
but I don't want to stand directly in front of him.
You're good there, just talk loud.
Chase, they have to raise their right hand, correct? Okay, please raise your right hand. Just repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States of America
and the laws of the state of Oklahoma,
and the laws of the state of Oklahoma,
and I will faithfully discharge,
and I will faithfully discharge,
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my abilities,
the duties of my office or employment during such time
the duty of my office or employment at such time
as I am, and then state your title and ward.
as I am Ward 1 council.
And then what word are you in? Okay. And the next one is, I state your name,
I, Kenneth Pryor,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma
and the Constitution of the state of Oklahoma
and the Charter of the City of Pryor Creek, Oklahoma,
and the charter of the city of Pryor Creek, Oklahoma,
that I will not knowingly receive, directly or indirectly,
that I will not knowingly receive directly or indirectly
any money or valuable thing
any money or valuable things
for the performance or non-performance
for the performance or non-performance
of any act or duty pertaining to my office,
of any act or duty pertaining to my office,
other than the compensation allowed by law.
other than the compensation allowed by law.
I further swear or affirm
I further swear or affirm
that I will faithfully discharge my duties
that I will faithfully discharge my duties
as council member
as council member
to the best
All right. Thank you, Courtney. Thank you, council members. Welcome to the assignment. Appreciate it. All right, we will continue now. We'll jump back up to item 2, petitions from the audience. And now we have one, Mr. Stock. While he's coming up here, council, remember that the petitions, for those of you that are new, petitions from the audience is a opportunity for us to hear only and not, it's not an interaction, it's a hearing, so go ahead.
Okay, my name's Drew Stott. I think most of y'all know me. And this petition from the audience is part of, in my opinion, the problem. It's kind of a joke if you think about it. If it's just a one-sided conversation, I might as well stay home and talk to myself, and I'm sure some of y'all probably wish I would. But I feel like there needs to be some form that a citizen can get an answer to a problem. I was up here, approximately 6 months ago, addressed. It went on to the city attorney was going to research, find an answer to my problem, and I think he did. And I think maybe, I don't know if the mayor didn't like the answer that he got or what, but for some reason, I never got an answer to my question. I was told that if the mayor won't put something on the agenda, 3 councilmen can get together and do that. And to me, that's in a way kind of unfair, because if the problem I'm addressing is in my ward, then why drag some councilman from another ward in to hear a problem or to put something on the agenda that doesn't even concern them? So I don't know if maybe you need to change that 2 councilmen can get something on the agenda, or that a citizen can ask something to be on the agenda. But anyway, I just feel like that there needs to be some way that a citizen can get an answer to a question. And like I said, it's been 6 months. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, department head reports. We're going to start with Johnny Jensen. Probably one of the most tired men in Mays County right now.
No, I slept a little bit today.
Good for you. Good.
So we've done pretty good last week or two. A lot better than our neighbors, unfortunately, but we really haven't had any issues. We did wind up sending some ambulances over to Barnesdall last night to help with the nursing home and their issues that they was having over there. But other than that, that's been about it. We did get an approval for our hazard mitigation plan grant that we applied for the county and for the city of Pryor. It was approved. We got it last week. And what that's for is it's a requirement that you have to have a plan in place. You have to do it every 5 years. You have to update the plan, and it makes you eligible for the federal grants. So, we've gotten quite a few of those grants over the years: generator, storm sirens, individual safe room grants. All of those hinge upon having this plan in place. So we used to do it where the city had their own and the county had their own. Well, it was just paying for 2 plans that we didn't really need to. So we combined them all in one, and we should have it. We'll start working on it. It'll take about a year or so to get it approved, and once it's approved, probably sometime about this time in 2025. Anybody have any questions? No? Good.
Thank you. Thank you for your help this week.
You bet.
Last week. Chief Young, fire.
Well, luckily, we haven't been working as much as Johnny and them has, because that means the storms are staying away from us. So we'll take that. And school's closing out, so we're getting to see a bunch of the kiddos. And that's always cool, just because they're coming and going. So we get to spend some good time, show them the cool side of the police station, and then let them go over to the other side. And they're usually not too impressed, but they like our side. But no, that's what we're doing. Once we get through this, we're going to get with MUB, start testing hydrants here before too long. So we're going to let it dry up a little bit, because people don't like when they can't mow their ditches and their yards. So it's wet enough now, let alone put some more water on them. So that's what we're doing now. But y'all have any questions for me?
No, sir.
At all?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Golf, Dennis Bowman.
Good evening, everyone. April was a real busy month for the golf course. I passed out a little flyer that has all of our upcoming events. You can see we had 8 events in April at the golf course. We had the middle school event. That's a junior high tournament that Pryor hosts, and that all went really good. Had a lot of kids out there playing. We had the American Veteran Tournament. That was kind of a small event. So we had the U.S. Kids, and that's kids 18 and under, all the way down to about 5 years old. We had like 108 kids come in and play. So they come from all over Oklahoma, from Arkansas, Kansas, Missouri. So they come from a lot of places to play. And so that was a great event. And we'll probably host that event again in the fall, sometime in October. That's what we've been doing. So we Pryor held the high school girls tournament on the 18th. That all went good. We had the 4A girls regional tournament. We hosted it this year, and had a lot of those teams travel quite a ways to come play the golf course, and several of them I know come in the night before and stayed the night. I think 4 or 5 teams probably stayed the night. They get here early and play a practice round, and then they play the tournament the next day. And the Pryor hosted the high school boys tournament. And also we just hosted the boys 5A regional tournament. And so they had 16 teams come in from all over the state for that one also. We also hosted the Brown and Brown Special Olympics, and that tournament went real good. It filled up, had a lot of people come out and play, and I'm sure they raised a nice little chunk of money for the Special Olympics. We had the Fortis Construction Tournament. They come out and they raised money. I'm not sure what the charity was. I don't remember the exact charity, but it was I think for like battered women or something like that. So it was a really good deal. And we just recently held the Pryor Main Street Tournament, Cinco de Mayo, and we had a lot of celebrities. Robert Taylor, he's very instrumental in getting all the celebrities, professional athletes out there. We had Steve Largent. I heard his, he's a big one. So he gets a $20,000 appearance fee, and I believe Robert got him to come for free. So he had a great time. We talked to him, he had a great time, and a lot of other athletes. Steve Crawford, he's a Hall of Famer that grew up here in Kenwood and went to Salina. But a lot of the baseball players and a few football players. So it was good to see all those celebrities come in, and everybody had a great time, and I hope they raised a lot of money for the Main Street. I think they did pretty good on that one. But we had the mayor, he come out to speak at the tournament, and we also had Councilman Terry Lamar, he come out. And so I enjoyed spending time showing Terry all around the golf course, and all the way down to the river or pump station and everything. So anybody else wants to come out, love to show you around and let you understand what we do out there. So let's see what else we got. Been working with our engineer on our bridges, so that's coming along. Get with Park Board and see kind of what direction they want to go with that. There are some bridges that we can buy that may be just as easy instead of building bridges. So we have to do some work on our cart pass before the end of the year, so I'll be bringing some stuff up there to you on that. That's about all I have. Anybody have any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I want to add that I want to say thank you very much for your hospitality out there the other day, showing me around. And I want to emphasize to everybody that if you haven't been out there, you need to go. And believe me, some of those cart paths are as bad as our streets are. So they need to be taken care of out there. And some of those bridges that they have are actually held up with the support in the middle of it of 55-gallon drums filled with concrete. So they are in dire need of these bridges and these cart paths completed out there. It would be very good for our image if we had decent infrastructure out there, just like other city things.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and we bring in a lot of people, from out of state. It's crazy when we talk to people traveling down the road, 69, and we got some flyers at some of the hotels, and they'll come out to the golf course, and where are you from? I'm from Nebraska, wherever. It's just crazy. We get them from everywhere out there, and we like to represent Pryor best we can.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Library, Carrie is not here tonight. She sent her report to the council. Just for public knowledge, I'll skim through what she's asked me to share. Library getting ready for summer reading program, runs from June to the end of July. Based on last year, we anticipate about 700 people registering. Last year, they had almost 600 ages 0 to 18 and 120 adults over the age of 18. Their theme is Adventure Begins at Your Library. So participants will get a summer reading passport to use to track their reading, visit various locations to get their passports stamped. It's going to be fun. You should all register. Summer reading helps our kids retain their reading level while they're on summer break. This means that when they start the next school year, they're more successful and need less time or less review time. We include adults in our summer reading program because it's fun, and we know that our kids will mimic what we do, so we need to model the behaviors, like reading for fun, that we want to see in them. Author Roundup event on April 18th with Friends of the Library Group was a huge success, 25 authors in various genres. Some were good participation from the public. I believe Councilman Lamar, you were there too, right? Oh, good deal. It's hard to count attendees in a come-and-go event, but our staff estimates we had more than 100 people attend. Planning to do it again in April. Staffing news, we'll lose one part-time person at the end of the summer when she goes to college. Another part-time employee is actively searching for a full-time job in his field of study, so I anticipate him leaving within the next few months. That'll put us down 3 part-time positions. We have some extra help over the summer thanks to Cherokee Nation, but we'll need to fill at least one of those 3 positions this fall in order to keep the library afloat. She'll let us know, and then she's attached her statistics there that they all look really good compared to last month. Just attendance and digital checkouts. Door count was 5,325, last month 4,364. So, any questions? If none, we will go on to Parks and Cemetery. Mr. Frank.
Hello. Well, May, a lot of times goes down as one of our busiest months because, we're trying to wind down the cemetery for Memorial Day. And like everybody else fighting these big rains, and that's usually the last thing we want. But luckily they was far enough ahead on the cemetery. I think we'll be all right. It's put a damper on keeping everything mowed out. But it's kept us real busy working trail and stuff, the way it washes, the way it wash out. Splash pad opens Friday, fired it up today, and so far everything's good, working. So that should be good to go. Got a pour left on the concrete for the skate park, and it'll be done. We got 2 or 3 trees that need some serious attention, but it's just going to be a while before we can get into them. All this rain, but other than that, we're definitely staying busy.
All right, thank you. Chief Cantrell, Police and Animal Shelter.
There you go. So in the packet, you've got several things in there, and some of it will be for later on the car, so you'll see some stuff will break down. Tram will break down the car stuff for you, but first is that first page, just kind of our calls for service. We had 1,600 calls for service in the month of April, which is an average month. It's starting to pick up with the warmer weather. You're starting to see more break-ins and things like that. They had 746 traffic stops, 100 citations, 42 arrests. Some of the calls that we're starting to see up on in animal control, we'll talk in a minute, but I know you say animal calls, there's 59 animal calls, and it's daily, people dumping animals, and she could talk to you about that. It's like every day I'm seeing them pick up an animal and trying to figure out where it's going from. So they're busy. Code enforcement's picking up. Trent's doing it by himself right now, and he's got 25 in the last month that he does, and plus what he's working on. I know the mayor knows that there's a process to that, on getting them to do something. Jack is getting ready, Sergeant Cunningham's getting ready to get out of school, and he'll be helping him during the summertime with some of this stuff, because the grass is getting high, and you're starting to see more and more. We were driving around today, and we were seeing several things that he'll start addressing. Domestics were up. They had 25 domestics. Some of the things that happened over the last month, we had our semi-annual recoils. Everybody qualified on their rifle, pistols, and shotguns. And we'll do it again in the fall of the year. Hopefully by then we have our new pistols in, and we'll be able to qualify with those. We had a false alarm at Roosevelt, and I don't know if anybody heard about that, but it come in as they thought it was an intruder actually in the building, and I know your husband, I'm sure, has told you about it. But the response from law enforcement was great. The first officer was on scene within 3 minutes. There are some things that we worked through on that, some communication, some barriers to getting in the building. It was a great learning tool for us. Unfortunately, it was scary for them that was in there, but thankfully it was a false alarm. And we learned things as law enforcement with the school, and we're working with them to be better equipped next time. We had a guy at Walmart that we had worked the case in March, and basically he was following people around, and he would hide behind the aisles, and he would use his phone to take pictures and videos of them. This is a subject that I'm sure you had seen it, but had prior history of this in Tulsa, had been to prison for it, had been out for just 6 months maybe, and was doing it again here in Walmart. The officers got the call, they stopped him, took a cell phone that night. He was on federal probation. They downloaded the phones, and there were several things that the officers did great that night, worked the case, and then by April, they were able to get some charges pressed on him, and we picked him up. So that was a good one here in town. The downtown Main Street events are starting again. This one was kind of cold and windy, but they'll start kicking off again, and so the officers will be busy down on them. With wrecks, there was one today. There was a major accident out here at 69 and 49th Street there by Walmart. And what happens is traffic lights stop. They back traffic up in the highway, so you got traffic at a dead stop. People aren't paying attention, and that's what happened in that fatality accident last month. Just wasn't paying attention, hit the rear end of a semi. This one was 2 SUVs. The lady is very lucky. The mayor was actually with me. We were looking at stuff around town, and that call came out. He went out there with me. He saw how bad of an accident it was out there. I mean, it was a 55-mile-an-hour hit at a dead stop. And I know people have talked about that. I don't know what we can do. I know it's ODOT, but they were talking about some rumble strip. I don't know. I mean, it's just somebody not paying attention is what you got, and that's what we have on the highway all the time. I don't know. You get out on this highway at certain times of day, you can't get through the interstate. It's just busy all over. Second Citizens Police Academy graduated, and there's also several things that we're looking at doing for the next month, or for the summertime. So if you flip to your back page, we got a Junior Police Academy. It's kind of like the Cadet Lawman that the Highway Patrol puts on, but we're going to put it on for kids 15 to 18. And it'll be June 17th through 21st. It'll be a week-long course, 8 hours a day, that will bring those kids into the department, put them through some training and stuff, and I think it'll be very, very good to build that rapport with young kids and stuff in our community. So some of the officers have spearheaded that, taken it up, and so that's a good one. And then All In Fitness here in town got with me. She owns that females gym on New Highway 20, and she's like, hey, can we get some kind of training for females, self-defense or whatever. So I reached out to Lori Fulbright with News on 6. She's going to come down on June 25th, and our officer's going to teach an hour block. Lori Fulbright's going to teach an hour block to females in the community. Right now there was almost 200 people signed up already for it within a day. So it's packing out. I think it'll be a good event. It's good for us and our officers to get out and involved in the community. And like BK was saying, lots of kids coming through the PD. Flock, we got a stolen truck the other day. I know GRDA was in on that. They were there on some of that too. An ICAC search warrant, which is Internet Crimes Against Children. We have that search warrant team that's working. County had one just north of town by Rocklahoma, and they said, hey, we got this ICAC search warrant. We need your team to work with us. So our guys worked with them, hit that search warrant. It was a good one. I mean, the guy, definitely had some evidence that he was downloading and stuff. So it was a good bust that the officers are working together. And you're seeing that camaraderie with GRDA, with the Mason County Sheriff's Office, all of us working together and gelling to do the common goal. We actually hit one on 1900 block South Oklahoma, also a drug house. One of the big ones that they just got the other day was a business owner in town. They got 60 grams of methamphetamine. A user amount is usually a gram or so of meth. This was 60 grams. That's a lot of meth that she had. She had $4,000 cash and a loaded pistol with her. So they're in jail. So the guys are working at the narcotics position, is paying off because there's a lot of intel that they can gather with that narcotics position, working with OBN, they come in and work together, and they gather a lot of intel. And they're working several things right now that are good, so all good. I'll let Becky talk on the animal control side.
Hey, Jeremy, I didn't get a packet.
Oh, did you not get one? No, I got an extra.
Thank you.
A lot of stuff going on at the shelter this past for our we've gotten the counters put in, countertop put in, the floors refinished. It's starting to look pretty good around there. We also did our first craft fair this past Saturday, which turned out pretty good. We raised about $700 and had 11 adoptions. It was good one day, maybe our best one-day adoption event we've ever had. With that being said, we have one kennel left today. We have filled them back up.
And I was telling them that you had animal calls, and I watch the log. It's always animal calls, and you'll hear them going out in the evenings, mornings. I mean, it's all hours that they're running these calls. The officers do it, which is huge. That the officers aren't having to make these calls, that they go out, but it's like animal after animal after animal. It's like, holy cow, how many animals can there be? You know, 11 go out, but 20 come in, and so that's the battle that we're facing, and that we fight. And that's where, you know, we do that Chief's Pet of the Week, and it's really cool because it puts me out there with them, and I get to see what they're not sitting around with their feet on their desk. I promise you, when I go out there, they're working, and I've been in that kennel area. It's loud, and dogs everywhere. Thank goodness we got a few volunteers that are there. You know, have been there for years, and
could not do it without
that
our
have helped and
volunteers.
keep it running. But they're doing a great job out there. We're moving those things. The weather is killing us on the outside stuff right now, but so it's. I don't know what the answer is on the animals.
So are people coming from outside the city, from the county, and dumping their animals?
There's nowhere for them to go with.
I would assume they are. There's no way to prove it because you can't find them. But yeah, I'm sure because there's not an animal shelter in the county. So Pryor's the only one. Well, they dump them, and a lot of these animals you can get. So they're obviously decent where you can grab a hold of them. And like the 2 yesterday and the 2 this morning, and so there's 4 right there. Oh my gosh! We try to post them and say whose animal, and then nothing. Nobody claims them.
Do we have a fostering program in place?
We do have several fosters.
Is that something that we could publicize a little bit? Of course, I know we need to do proper screening because we don't want people with dogs and cats that don't need them.
And I posted some of that too, like we do volunteers, we do foster families, and you just every now and again. You'll get maybe a bite saying, hey, we want to volunteer, but they don't really follow through. I haven't had anybody say they fostered yet, so. But yeah, it's an ongoing issue. Our shelter's only so big. There's only so many you can take, and I mean, you don't want to be a kill shelter at all. So, you know, and I know she got overactive tear ducts, so we can't talk much about it, but.
We do, that is true.
You gotta be really careful. But you really do, and Trammell's the same way. I can't talk, but Trammell's behind me, so I'm not gonna say much, but.
What is our approximate capacity? And I know that changes because of temperament of dogs and the size of the animals. I understand that, but what's our approximate capacity?
We have 14, there's around 43 dogs, and then we have cats. We have like an open cat room, which if anybody has not been there, is pretty cool, because they can run free. We have a wheel in there that they can run on, get some exercise. So we typically don't like to put more than 8 in that room. And those cats that are in that room are fully vaccinated and fixed. They could walk out the door today if somebody wanted to adopt them today. And then we have, we probably have about 28 regular kennels, and then of course, when we get super full, we fall back on our wire crates. We also use those for kittens and mamas. Sometimes that happens at the shelter too.
Looks like it happened this week.
Looked like there was one this month. There was 12 on there.
Kittens or?
Yeah, it's kitten season, and we've had several puppies brought in too, so.
Well, that's the thing, like there's one puppy, there's 8 puppies, you know,
Yeah,
then we got them all out.
Yeah, they're all gone.
We got them all gone, but there was 8 puppies that came in. They were little bitty and they grew fast. And I'm like,
Yeah,
holy cow.
I know, I thought at first they were boxers. I'm like, no, I'm leaning toward Mastiff now.
They're big, but they luckily, I mean, it just work to get them out, but it's like, it's never ending, for sure.
Does anybody else have any questions?
I just wanted to say thank you for the animal shelter.
Oh.
GRDA in conjunction with Pryor put on a peer support class 2 weeks ago at the PE. During that time, I stopped by to talk to some of the guys that I had in class and the instructors that I knew that were putting on the class. And an issue came up with the animal shelter, and it probably recognized a need on my side. I'm having my peer support guy reach out to your animal shelter folks. And it probably went unnoticed for a lot of us that the amount of stress and everything that you guys are doing out there. I don't know that I could handle going out there and seeing a dog go from really healthy to really poor shape by the time it's done, or having to be euthanized or anything else. And I think it's a side that probably most people don't, I think we know it, but we don't think about it.
You don't
And
want to think about it.
it has to be stressful for you guys. And so I just want to personally say thanks to you guys for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moore with the Rec Center.
Good evening. Before I get into just an update on the HVAC thing, it's not on the agenda, as you probably realize. I fouled up on the timing of when I thought it was actually last week, and so we didn't get any new ones, but Jayco wanted to bid again, but he didn't get his in till yesterday, I guess, right? So anyway, we'll get that back in front. We did put it out, frame and all, and we'll continue to do it.
How was it advertised?
It was in the paper, the local paper.
And on our website.
Yeah, so anyway, so that's good things. We'll get back on track and get that done next time, so. Anyway, so things are going all right, kind of changing gears going into summer. Membership numbers last month, we had 114 new members, 46 new Cherokee Nation members. We have 513 total Cherokee Nation memberships right now. And so that program is working, and of course they're funding that along with the individuals. So we have 1,639 members right now. So a little bit of staff training in a couple areas. Lisa Malone came out, did a piece on reporting injuries, not only staff injuries, employee injuries, and membership members, and how we would need to handle that. Just so there's protocols that we need to follow on that, and so we're just kind of making sure that all of our main full-time people are aware of what needs to be done. Chief Cantrell came out this week. We talked a little bit about active shooter. He took us through different scenarios. We've been talking about that in detail over the last little bit of time. While we've got all of our people, we talk, and we haven't done a tornado drill per se, but our people, everybody goes to the locker rooms, and we have signs up there now, and all of our people know what to do to get out and corral people to get to where they need to be. Aquatics, we just certified 7 new lifeguards, so that was a big one, and so we're excited about that. So we've got some help there. We've got a young lady that teaches infants survival. I won't call it swimming, but water safety. She works with them. She's got a real knack for that. I've seen that, seen her in action. An infant survival rescue, she calls that. Coming down to school year end, we're hosting field trips. We had the Inola second year. We've had Inola Elementary come out with their cardboard boat races, so that was kind of fun last week. We've got 12 kids we're teaching in the after-school program here in town. Our pickleball group is strong. A bunch of them, if you look on our website, they go out and they compete. They were in Arkansas and Branson, and so they're bringing home hardware from those. They're getting pretty good. On the fitness side of things, we average about 7 to 8 in a class, and it's pretty much kind of a core group. So Jess is trying to do some things, posting weekly ads, promoting, doing a little more promoting, trying to create some more interest. She implemented a class. We're trying to use the outdoor fitness court that was put in last year, just a little over a year ago, to try to get that going a little bit. We hired another part-time. If you remember last time, I think I mentioned we've got a We had an instructor that had a baby, and we've got another one's having a knee replacement, so we needed a little bit of help in that area, so we've got Misty Suggs trained up on that. We're expanding our family swim hours, starting the 29th of the month, adding 2 days on that. Talking to the school system about the possibility of a second grade swim program. So we'll see how that develops. And then our volleyball skills camp starts on June the 8th. So those are kind of the highlights.
Buddy Glenn, Street Department.
Well, I have a few things on here. We still report back from what we had there at the street committee meeting. We had another pour at the skateboard park this week. Was gonna pour it tomorrow, but they're talking 40–50% chance of rain, so we've got it rescheduled for Thursday. It's supposed to be clear. And after this pour here, then we'll have one more. And then this one, Frank's, then he's supposed to be doing this a bit. Of course, I know where he lives. He's supposed to be doing a big cookout for us, so don't let it work for him, so.
I'll make note of that.
Okay. We've done some asphalting over on Bailey and Gaither. I know that road out there is still kind of breaking up some. We've got some places out there on Clayton Road that we're working on, trying to get down. We finished the sidewalk for the utility department over by 4th Street, Northeast 3rd and East Manor. There was a sidewalk that we had done, I guess it was last year, or year before last, or even before then, that there was a piece that I guess they put in a new fire hydrant, and they forgot about it. It was never reported, so we went and we've got that one done. We've been out mowing and weed eating while it's not raining. I mean, that's just, we've had plenty of that. I mean, that's, we started spraying, cleaning some of the sidewalks, and we had to pull off on that because of the rain, the spray and stuff. Like I said, it just wasn't sitting on there long enough for it to kill anything. We've done some drainage work over by Goldie's. We had some material and debris and stuff down there. We went and cleaned that out. And over by Kauai Street and over by Harris Street, we did some work over there. The lady had a pipe that was stopped up. We went over there and dipped the ditches and took our new pipe hunter, went over there and opened them all up. Northwest 5th Street, for some reason, the trucks over there, they seem like they're wanting to turn down the wrong road, and they seem like they want to turn around and these little driveways, and they've been getting stuck off over those. We've had some couple of call-ins for some collapsed pipe and some driveways. One over is on North Sawyer, and the other one's out there on Keels Road. So just want to let you know the one on Keels Road that they already had on the OMI list already. So, but just joking. No, there was a collapsed pipe, so just so nobody's going on. There was a collapsed pipe that went out through there, so it would have blocked water up and we'd have had flooding through there. So, but I told you, I guess it was your mom or mother-in-law. I'd give you a hard time up there, so she's watching. So, and I talked to Dale about the alleys, and what I understand that Dunham has planned on being here this Monday, if nothing else failed or whatever, to start getting all these finish up the overlay and things. So. And the only other thing, a little aggravated, there was a little comment made up here a while ago about comparing cart paths to the streets. I don't really appreciate that very much because it makes me sound like I'm not doing my job. Okay, I just want to let everybody know that I'm limited on my budget, what I can do. I've already spent all my concrete money and all my asphalt money that I have for these, and I have to sort everything out. But it's a little aggravating when it's brought out in public like this, and I think if you have a problem with me, you need to come down and talk to me. Let's not bring it out here in the open, because if you feel that way, you need to come talk to me. So I just appreciate the comments like that it won't happen no more. Because if it does, I don't have a problem calling anybody out, because that's kind of embarrassing to me for that part. So, but anybody got any questions or? Okay.
You know, I'll get with you. I know of a small collapsed culvert that you probably have someone that could open it.
Okay.
It'd be easy fix, but.
Have you got an address now, or you can send me a text or call or whatever? I mean, if you got it, I'll write it down now.
You got a piece of something? I'll write it for you.
Any further questions for Buddy Glenn?
Yes, I've got a couple.
Okay?
At the street committee meeting last, we talked about the issue down at 17th and, 17th in Oklahoma.
Yeah, back in that drainage back there.
Has there been any action or a plan for that since the street committee meeting?
All I know is we was going to go, to the owner, which I guess is, Bruce's daughter. I'm not sure who owns it now, but we still need to approach her and say, hey, you know, we can try to fix this here if we get, you know, the easements for that. For as the progression of that, I'm not real sure. I haven't talked to Dale on it or not, but,
I think the mayor was gonna get with them, the owner of the property owner, that's what he said at the night at the meeting.
Which one are we talking about?
Back in behind Joel Bowling's son's, the Taylor property back in there at 17th Oklahoma.
Yeah, I don't
Back
know.
into the Beaver
I
deal.
mean, I don't recall committing to that, but it's also been pretty wet since that meeting.
you know,
so-
we discussed right there at the end where, I guess Oklahoma Street ends, there's a fence that comes back that turns back into, well, you counter private property, and we'd talked about going through there and see if we couldn't get a permanent easement where we could go through, drain that water, get it to dry out, get some grass and stuff to grow in through there where it wouldn't do it. We wouldn't have as much water problems, because like I said, the beavers until, I don't know, they'll always make more beavers. I mean, I don't know what it is about it, but they'll.
Yes, but I'm gonna put out there one more time that the city does not condone shooting beavers on or off the city property, whether you're a marksman or not, in any way, shape, or form.
I would also comment, Mr. Mayor, that the street committee meeting, I said I would line up the deal with the owners to get that done. You said, no, it's the mayor's job, and it needs to go through the mayor and the city clerk, and you'd handle it. So that's the
To
last
get
comment
the-
on that. That's what happened. You was taking notes, you might not remember.
To get the
Mr. Pryor.
easements,
Excuse me?
to get the easements,
Yeah.
yeah, we can do that.
You're supposed to have already done it, but you didn't. That's what he's talking about.
Well, I'm just gonna tell you, there's been a lot happened since that meeting, and there's a lot of things on my list. So, yeah, we'll get there, but you know, we've talked about this plenty of times, that sometimes those things have to come within a priority. It's not that drainage isn't a priority in this town, but, you know, 2 weeks is 2 weeks. So,
So since we're talking about priorities, you also discussed the creek behind Dr. Raines, and you was gonna get him a.
correct, and I've contacted Dr. Raines, and I'm waiting on Dr. Raines to get us the easements. I
He
said
said
that,
he's waiting for you to bring him the paper.
that paperwork is up here at City Hall, so.
Before we get too far in that, he had one more question.
Yes, let's go.
And then I'll have one after his.
I got burgers on the grill at the house. I got cooking on slow.
Well, in addition to getting back there to clean where it drains back in behind those houses, that existing concrete drain, the culvert, the big box that runs through there, that is gotten some sediment in it to where it's not flowing through right on there. And there's a lot of nasty slime and stuff in there that really stinks and adds to the mosquito problem. Now, that would probably take, with the Bobcat and the skid steer to clean all that out.
Yeah, normally, like I said,
I didn't know if you knew about that.
no, Joel, he's usually been really good at calling me on stuff like that. And I know with all the rain that we had, especially coming off back behind the school, we're still getting a lot of silt and stuff coming back from there because all that grass still hasn't growed. And it all ends up right back there on that part. And I'm sure once we get all that cleaned out, that's gonna save a lot. There is some stuff that we can, I can't remember what it's called, but where we can put in through there that helps with the slime where it's not so stinky. And I know with that water standing back there, I mean, that's usually what happens with that. But, yeah, but no, that's usually, they always call and say, hey, you know, we got some more buildup. Can you come down here? And then what we usually do, take a skid steer back over something, and we'll have to come back behind the houses back there off of, where Lincoln School is. So it has to be dry enough to get back through there, because there's a couple people that took a broom to me last time we went back through there, and it was just a little bit damp, and I left a rut and didn't fix it fast enough. So yes, we'll get back over when it dries up just a little bit.
And then the last thing was that alley behind Hooks.
We're going,
It's even getting worse.
well, hopefully gonna be here tomorrow. I'm gonna go through there and try to, just put some patch back here for that to hold. Normally the patch would hold, but like I said, we've had so much rain, and that alley's used so much that it's, like I said, the patch works for a while, but then once it's wet, people drive on it, when it pounds, I mean,
But they're gonna come back in and completely tear that out and redo it, right?
yeah, yes.
They are gonna tear out the base and redo the alley.
Well, they're gonna mill supposedly from, all the way from, what is it, Third Street, all the way to,
Well, it's
well, that'll be Second Street all the way to First Street. I mean, yeah, they're gonna mill and take out all that old concrete and everything, or the asphalt that's all down through there, then come back and then re-overlay all that, so.
Probably need some new base in there too.
Yeah, I mean, once they mill it out, or mill that off, if there's any type of base failure, I mean, yeah, the base failure will be done before they'll have to overlay it, because there's no sense in overlaying it if you have base failures in there, so.
Okay.
But
And when they supposed to show up to do all that?
last I talked to Dale this morning, he said, last he heard was this Monday. So he was gonna, if he said if there was any difference, he said he would call me back today, and he didn't call me back, so I'm shooting for Monday when they're supposed to be here, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, at this time, this comment, I have a question.
Sure.
That's a general, I don't know if Chief Cantrell or Buddy would be, when people start noticing these heavy rains and roads all of a sudden start getting flooded, what's the number to call to report that? To make sure, because I know the police can't be everywhere, and I know they're good about trying to put the signs up, but here lately, stuff's been popping up so fast, you just can't be everywhere, and how's the best way to handle it?
Well, I think you can either call the police department and report a flooded road. You can call the street department and report a flooded road.
Yeah, I'll have to call if it's at night, you'll have to call my cell.
I would
Call PD though, we get a hold of them, so like at the 825-12 number.
strongly encourage people not to try to take that in their own hands, though. Just make the phone call and let them.
That's what I'm saying, make a call.
Yeah, we get
But
a
it's-
emergency management if it's out in the county or county.
With as much saturation as we have, it's happening, and it's happening fast, and it's just.
Well, and I will say that, these last couple storms that we've had, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, there are, while everybody else is, being instructed to stay home, there are people out watching and driving these. Mays County Emergency Management, the sheriff's, police officers are watching some of these areas. I've gone out and witnessed them out there. We've checked on some of those drainages, so.
And the ones with gates, they've got keys too, so they
Yeah.
can shut those gates around town. They'll let flood in Elliott and then Ninth Street.
And sometimes we used to close them early, but we found out that, especially at nighttime, then people will go through there with vehicles and bust the gates open, break the chains, whatever they do. Kind of looking ahead, you're fixing to get hit, so you go ahead and lock them up so nobody's out there with the lightning and the storms and stuff. But if you do that before the water gets over, then that's usually what happens. And like for instance, there on Ninth Street, there was a younger guy with his kid went around the gate that was out there. I mean, it was right there when in that lane, but he just didn't think that that's what it was exactly for, so he went around it and got stalled out there, so. But, and I thought you were talking about the rain, I said, you're gonna have to talk to GOD about that.
Oh, yeah, but I just wanted to FYI people, because it can be problematic, and
Yeah.
it doesn't need to be.
Yeah.
And some of them are out in the county that you have to, there's some that, and it's not that I don't mind having barricade stuff out there for them, but the problem is that we're taking responsibility for that area if it's in the county, if it's not properly blocked off, so I don't usually do that, just have them call the county commissioners for that.
Yep.
Thank you.
So within city limits, after hours, let's just encourage them to call dispatch, and they can take care of that.
Thank you.
All right, city clerk.
We are not organized, there we go. We've had a lot of updates going on in community development. I've worked on creating completely new forms for everything from applications to permits being issued, and I'm almost ready to roll all of that out, and Sarah's been really thrilled with me for getting on the ball with getting all that changed. One thing that made a big difference was when I changed the permit, it took like 10 steps off of her issuance of a permit. She was really excited about that. So that's really great progress there. I've been working on getting the city website updated and making it a little bit easier to navigate. I know it's kind of challenging, so trying to do our best with that in the meantime. And I've got some stuff that you guys will be seeing next council meeting in the code book. There's some things that we have to change because for various reasons, there's some old stuff that is in there that shouldn't be, or there's things that we've done recently that we need updated, before, I also learned that we are supposed to update our code book every 10 years by law. So you guys will be seeing some stuff next council meeting on that. I closed March's financials, so you guys got all of that emailed over to you. We're in the middle of doing our health insurance negotiations, trying to figure out what the best thing is for those. We should tentatively have that back on the council meeting in 2 council meetings, so June 4th is what our plan is for that. The police department and I've been working really closely with Digi, getting Digi tickets all set up, and we're really close to that. We have a meeting Friday, I believe, and hopefully that's the last one, but I don't know. I've got some clerks and treasurers training coming up next week with Lori. We're really excited about that. The only bad thing about those is every single time I go and learn something new, and we have to change more stuff here, so it's a good and a bad thing, but Lori and I are excited about that. We finally started using our new cemetery software that we bought. I think it was in August of last year that we bought it, and we finally got it all set up and rolling it out, and that took a lot of steps off of Darla when she goes to issue her deeds, but it also is going to help the cemetery a lot. They're going to have a little bit more data entry work on their side, but it makes looking the records up so much easier because it's all online. So those are the things we've had going on lately.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
Have there been any tort claims filed this calendar year?
Calendar, no. We had some, don't quote me on the month, but sometime later last year that were denied by OMAG. We don't have anything open or pending.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Can I make a request before we move on real quick? And I'll make it a fast manner. You know, I thought it was awesome tonight, since Carrie could not be here, she emailed us her library report, and we were able to see it. I know our building inspector can never be here due to prior commitments. Would it be possible to ask the building inspector to start providing us written reports, either via email or through you?
We'll
or
provide those reports
Yeah,
from
so
here
we can
forward.
get them periodically,
Yeah, that's
kind of
fine.
inspections he's been doing and stuff like that.
Yep, we can do that.
Good idea.
All right. Moving on. Item 4, the consent agenda. Which items do we need to pull?
Letter A, J, O, R, S.
All right, anything else?
I had M and N.
M and N?
Yeah.
Okay. L?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Have we got P, Q, and R, are they in there?
R is. You want P and Q pulled too?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, so.
How about, S, is that one?
Yep.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Was M buried on there? Did I-
Yes.
Okay.
So I have pulled A, J, O, R, S, M, N, L, P, and Q.
Yes, sir.
Is that it? Do I have a motion to approve all others?
So moved. Second.
Call for the vote.
That was Joy that seconded it.
Yes.
Lamar?
Yes.
Shropshire?
Yes.
Bradshaw?
Yes.
Oh no, this didn't get updated. Hold on. I don't have my life together, I promise. Rushiers?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Trammell?
Yes.
Gantier?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Okay. Item A, approved minutes of the April 16th, 2024 council meeting.
So motion. Second.
I got a motion from Choi and a second from Gantier. Discussion? Call for the vote. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, you and
That's why we're
Brown
abstaining.
over here need to abstain.
Yeah.
Sorry. Want to make sure he knew. Yes.
We're good.
All right. Call for the
Shropshire?
vote.
Yes.
Bradshaw?
Yes.
Rushiers?
Abstain.
Brown?
Abstain.
Trammell?
Yes.
Gantier?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Okay.
council thing coming back, because I did that at the beginning of last year, so.
All right, item L. Oh, I'm sorry, they weren't really given in order, so I'm trying to go off of there. Approve disposal of city records according to City of Pryor Creek retention policy. Have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Lamar and a second from Choya. Discussion?
I had a question on this. We had some things with dealing with codes. What was that specifically?
Let me pull.
Is it old codes that we had? Or is it just, that was a little,
I've slept the last 2 days.
I wish I
shockingly,
had.
so I don't remember everything that was on the list.
It's kind of about a third way through, I think some of them pop up. It's several places. I just wasn't sure what they were.
Those are old code books that are outdated now.
I would like us to retain the books.
I'm sorry?
I would like us just to retain the books, that way.
Well, they've all been superseded. The state and, or local, or what, I'm sorry, the state or the federal government has issued new code books that have.
Are those
superseded.
federal code books?
I'm not sure. I don't know if they're state or federal, but either way, they're not
If they're
ours.
state or federal, I'm okay with getting rid of them. If they're city code books,
Yeah,
I prefer keeping
no,
them.
we have to follow these guidelines, and they,
Okay.
all of these have been exceeded, so we have current books that we utilize and not
Okay,
these.
if they're not city, I'm
But
okay.
also, I do keep city code books, but, I usually try to keep just one copy of all of the old ones that aren't currently in use because of record, but we don't have to keep those either, just so you know. But yeah, we're okay to get rid of these.
Thank you.
All right. Further discussion? If none, call for the vote.
Bradshaw?
Yes.
Rushiers?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Trammell?
Yes.
Gantier?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Lamar?
Yes.
Shropshire?
Yes.
Item L, approve an expenditure in the amount of $6,624.64 to Pryor Chevrolet Buick GMC for invoice number 6030873 regarding repairs made to Unit 116, 2018 Ford Explorer, VIN number ending in 9555, to be paid from Police Vehicle Maintenance Account 02-215-5092. A claim was submitted to OMAG and awarded in the amount of $7,276.53, deposited into Police Vehicle Maintenance Account 02-215-5092 to pay repair costs.
Make the motion to approve.
Second.
Motion from Gantier, second from Brown. Discussion?
Mayor, I got one question. Why do we have Chevrolet repaired Ford?
Jeremy Trammell.
Chevy handles most of our maintenance, and they also give us a better discount than some of the others. If you look on one of the initial quotes for it, the initial, then it come in $600 and some under that after we got our discounts applied to the cost of it. Most of our vehicles go out there. If it's a warranty issue through Ford, then they will work with Ford and have it transferred down there. But the vehicle was taken out there for repairs. They do most of our work.
Well, I was just curious, on this job, was it a bid thing, or how did you determine to use Chevys to Ford, is what I'm asking?
Okay, on this, like I said, we generally use Chevy. We went to council several years ago to get the approvals on collisions and such, where we can just take those to the appropriate, either the body shop, dealership, or wherever to have the repairs done. OMAG typically pays directly to the business, whether it be Chevy or one of those, but we were not sure on the process there on this one, so we just had them send us the check. So there would not be any confusion because of all the additional invoices and such through the dealership.
Mr. Attorney, is there any problem legally with not going out on bids on a situation like this we do?
This was an insurance claim, they sent an insurance.
I don't
insurance
think
down.
it needs bidding.
Cause it was a wreck car, that's what happened.
I don't think it does, but I'm not 100% on
And then OMAG paid out on it, so they paid actually more than we spent to fix it.
And I understand your need to be able to handle stuff like that and not have to go through it every single time. Should we periodically just be looking at, just making sure we're still getting the best from that group?
We do that. We
Yeah.
go around, we use Arnell, we use Mike's Tires, we use Chevy. We don't use just one place. I mean, you can see the invoices coming through, they're all different ones.
And a lot of times, correct me if I'm wrong, going to Pryor for the, like, for example, they may give us, like you said, a coupon or a discount rate, even over a Ford dealership or whatever. And so a lot of these particularly the Pryor dealership is, their mechanics are kind of, I don't know, multi-use mechanics. They kind of service all of them, so. I don't know what the best word to say that is, but they're
Diversified?
pretty diversified. Yeah, that's probably a safe way, but.
And again, if it's something they can't handle, then they will work with the other dealership. If it's Ford at the time, if it was.
And here in a little bit, you're
Dodge.
gonna see some of our maintenance issues that we're
Yeah,
talking about. The
Like I
cost.
said, they'll go to different ones, but the majority of our fleet goes through, most of the time we'll go through Chevy, but as Chief said, we will use R&L, we will use Mike's Tire, we will use the Ford dealership. Whoever we need to use at the time. And depending on cost things, we've brought a lot of things here, you know, if it requires the bid. Again, this one, the vehicle was towed there, they gave us the estimates, and then OMAG paid due to the cost, because there was a claim filed on it. But again, they sent us the check instead of going direct with the dealership.
Thank you.
Do we owe OMAG or do we keep the 600 extra?
No, the OMAG paid us direct, so that is still in our 5092.
We just powered the deductible on it, so I think it was 500 or 1,000 on that.
Well, that's after the deductible, so,
Oh, okay.
so we actually still cleared, like I said, that $500 or $600.
Correct. Further?
I personally, I think I would feel more comfortable if we had a dollar threshold that said if it's gonna be above this much, then we even think that we should probably get some bids on it, but that's just my 2 cents on it.
And some of it's specialty stuff, like, I mean, this car was, I don't know, it's not total. It tore the whole front end out from under this car. It hit a culvert and the whole passenger side, you can tell them all what was wrong with it, but it was your everyday mechanic can't fix that. I mean, it's gonna take
I
a
don't-
big dealership to fix
I
it.
guess my issue probably is that this one is just continuing on. If we're gonna do this, I just wanna make sure that we're doing.
And we
getting
don't
the best
mind, I
money
mean,
for
like
our
you
money.
said, the only time, the only time he said, like, we do this is an insurance claim, and that was.
Yeah, and
something
again,
like
this
that.
one, the check was sent to us. Typically, they're sent to the business, whether it be Champion or one of the other
But I don't
collision
mind
repair
doing that.
facilities, but this one was sent to the city, and the repairs were already authorized, and
And I don't know, where'd that car get towed to when it was crashed?
that was towed to Chevy.
Okay, so I mean, it was crashed, towed, sat there. and the
Because they had to
insurance adjuster went there.
Their unibody frames had to replace the front portion of the unibody. There was, as you can see, there was significant damage to the underside. There's no cosmetic towards the body itself, it was frame and.
If there's a problem, Ford is not as good, whatever, have a reason for using Chevy, that's all I was asking.
Yeah, and again,
Think you take Ford to get fixed.
yeah. And like I said, again, with most of those, with the discounts that they give us there at Chevy, I'm not saying every time, but they're typically cheaper. And then if they see we're paying more, or if we're paying more there, they'll typically try to come down to that cost, even if it's alignments or something else. We can purchase our tires through them if we need to, through state contracts, so they've become very competitive over the last few years. But like I said, we still use the other vendors. We're not solely with Pryor Chevy. This is just where this vehicle went for repairs, because it was not a collision with body damage. This was underbody, drivetrains and such, so it went out there and that's where our adjuster come out and looked at it and gave them the go-ahead.
Well, here's the question I have, maybe not in this particular situation, but on our maintenance.
Mhm.
A dealership makes their living on doing maintenance. That's not only selling new cars, it's maintenance. When you take yours out there, get the oil change, they're gonna say, oh, you need to change the cabin filter. How many cabin filters we put in on these cars every time?
Not every time. I mean, if they do look at those.
That's a sale thing, they charge you $30 or $40. And then what, you gotta use this kind of oil, that's what they get paid for, and that's why I'm wondering if you resist it when they say, oh, you need to do
They are typically 50 to 60% cheaper on oil changes, tire
I understand
rotations.
that, yeah.
And a lot of the other, they give us a larger discount on the labor than most of the others do. Again, we look at it depending on costs, but they're generally cheaper.
And we'll get into the fleet here in a minute, because we'll talk about some of that. I mean, you'll see some of the.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, they give us a large discount on it, so typically it comes in under. One of them may be cheaper on a part, but overall their labor will be higher, so it'll still be cheaper. But again, I'm not saying, we're not 100% out there. I mean, we rotate around with 39 vehicles in the fleet, we keep most of our vendors busy. And as he said, with one of the consent items you pulled off for discussion, we'll get into that more here in just a minute because of the,
I'm all right.
but not trying to digress off that if you
No,
have
I
other
didn't know what to
questions.
bring it up, I was gonna talk about it anyway, we can do it later.
Yeah.
And Councilman Brown, you made a comment that sounds good. Did you have an idea of an amount, or just a principle that you wanted to
I
explore?
mean, I got a stack of papers this thick from the city clerk's office today to go through, but part of it that was in there was our purchasing procedures. I would think whatever dollar threshold is in there that we were gonna purchase is probably what we would need to honor in my thoughts, but
If it's a single
Probably
part or
default
something
case.
exceeds the $24.99, then we bring that to council.
yeah.
Greg, the only issue here would be insurance claim, so that a wrecked car, do we take it and bid it? So that was the only thing. Everything else is over that 2,500 threshold is.
I mean, I think what we're both talking about though is if we're spending money, whether we're fixing a car or whatever, if we're going over a dollar threshold, do we not need to be following whatever the procedures are?
I mean, do we
A
want
default chase on that.
At that point, do we want to scrap it? I can see some validity to what his thought process is.
Well, and that's where like OMAG on a crash, they'll come out and they'll look at the car and be like, it's totaled, or no, it's not. You're gonna pay your deductible, so we're technically, the city's only paying $500. And they take that out of your cost, so you're not even paying, OMAG's actually paying that cost, you're not paying that, so it's technically not us paying it, it's OMAG. This one's kinda different, because OMAG didn't pay it directly, they paid it back to us. Usually they'll pay it directly, and kinda like your own insurance claim, if you wreck a car, that's how it would work.
Thank you.
Yes, but at the end of the day, the city's still writing a check for $6,600 to Pryor, so we're still making a purchase for something at $6,600. All I'm saying is, I think that we should follow whatever our purchasing procedures are for dollar thresholds above that. And if we're good, if she says we're good, then I'm good with that, but.
So that would be the 2,500 is our,
Yeah.
mine is 2,500. From there it goes to council for approval.
You wanna check into that on the insurance side of it?
Yeah,
And see if insurance falls into that?
I see what you're saying, that the city is only technically out 500, but we're writing a check for.
Cause that car's gonna be broke down, so wherever, if it's a crash car like this, it's gonna be sitting total at a spot.
Yeah.
So you're gonna, I mean, I don't know if we're gonna be able to get those vendors to go to that car, or, you know what I mean, to look at it, to say, yeah, this is what it's gonna take to fix it.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that you wasn't concerned about it being taken and brought to a safe place.
Not at all.
It's just, I can see the final, okay.
No, I'm just trying to get bids on that. I guess you could have OMAG give us the breakdown of here's what they think, but OMAG isn't mechanics, so they don't know until they get into it, I guess.
This one, to make it easy, this one's on me, because I approved it and let them do the repairs. No, I mean, because like I said, council approved this going out before, but typically OMAG will pay direct to the repair shop. So I will encumber $500, which is typically our cost because of the deductible, and then that's all the city's writing a check for. This one, I approved it, but they sent us the check.
And we're transferring it.
Yeah, we're transferring back over, and again, if we're looking for somebody, just pointed at me, because I told them, instead of sending the check to the dealership because of the multiple invoices, they sent that to us, we put it in the account, so.
My initial question was only why did you take forward to report it?
Yeah, well, I know, but I bet there's been other questions, so I'm just trying to make this one easy. I don't want everybody thinking, chief did something wrong or whatever, this one, this is just how it, unfortunately, this is how this
And we're
worked
okay,
out,
just
so.
whatever we need to do on that.
Pandora's box, he opened Pandora's box, it's Bruce's fault.
Yeah.
Here, I'm not finding an immediate answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
So are you wanting to hold off on paying this? Is that what you're wanting to do?
No, I was just asking the question. If the attorney doesn't
Just making sure. So,
I'm good.
yeah, I think we need to pay the debt. That's-
I don't
Mayor, I
think
call for the
there's an
vote.
issue. I haven't found a
I don't think there's an issue. I haven't found an immediate quick answer in the, while you guys were talking about all the other stuff. Research.
All right. Well, then we'll go ahead and call for the vote on that.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Just to clarify first, we're voting to approve this, right? There's no
Yes,
other. Okay.
correct.
Make sure there's nothing else on the table.
No.
Trammell,
Yes.
That's my yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw. Yes.
All right, item M, approve an expenditure in the amount of $3,500 to Central Technology Center, Sepulpa, for Cleat Academy to be paid from Police Capital Outlay 44445-5418.
So moved.
I have a motion from Gantier,
I'll second.
second from Shropshire. Discussion.
Here's my question. Hate to even ask you.
Ask away.
You probably told us, or I probably know, but I'm gonna ask again. Why are we spending 3,500 to send a guy to cleats and cleats free?
So we talked about that before. He's not going to Cleat, he's going to Central Tech, which is BPOC Academy. It's a new Cleat Academy they get certified in. Problem was, if we wait till he can go to Cleat, it's July. So you've got 2 more months of him getting paid by the city to sit on his thumbs. He can't go through FTO, he can't do anything until he goes to Cleat. Then you wait the 16 more weeks. So when we came with that before, I talked to you guys about it. So getting out 2 months faster, we put that money back and had that money ready for the $3,500 for him to go to.
How long has he been employed so far?
He started,
March 28th.
Okay, so he's got a year to get cleat certified. 6 months.
but he'd be sitting here for, if we hire him March 28th, he's sitting here hired, not doing anything until July to go to the
He
Cleat
can
Academy.
still work until he gets cleat certification.
But he's not going through, our policy's FTO 16 weeks, so he would come back from Cleat, he can't work, he's gotta go through FTO, and we're not gonna send somebody not Cleat certified, because that liability falls on me.
I went to work, and before I was certified.
But our policies have changed, and policies dictate that 16-week FTO now. So we'd violate our own policy by letting him do that. And it would come back on the city if something happened. But I don't want sued.
When does he start cleaning?
When he start?
Started Monday.
Yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday, he's going there now.
So now you've got these cleat certified when you go to work. That's state law.
No, it's not, it's policy though, our policies that were in place when I took over. So, I mean, when I started, I had 2 days training, so things have changed a lot in 23 years. Thank God I didn't kill somebody to get myself killed, but this kid's green. I mean, he has 0 law enforcement background, so I would a lot rather send him to the Cleat Academy, put him through our FTO, then do your probation, like it should be, set him up for success in the city to be protected without, putting himself in a negligent way, putting somebody out there that's not trained.
My reason for pulling this off was because I wanted to entertain the fact of, when I went to Cleat and Bruce went, did you go to Cleat? Or did you?
Had muzzle loaders.
Yeah. Jeremy went to Cleat. There was a commitment that you had to make. There was a commitment you had to make for a year that you were gonna be with that agency. And I don't know if we should entertain the fact of holding him to some level of commitment if we're putting forth some commitment on him, that he put back some commitment to us that he's going to be here for a while. Or, there used to be prorated contracts that were out there that said you had to give us this much time, or otherwise you owed us this money back. And my reason for pulling this off was for us to entertain that.
I wouldn't mind doing that. I mean, we could put, the money we spend, for that time, I wouldn't mind putting a number to it. Say if you leave within this year period, like Cleat does, that you owe us, that money, or your agency that you go to owes us that money back. Now, the way it worked before, when I did it, was if you left outside law enforcement, you didn't owe it. But if you went to another agency, they had to pay it. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind entertaining.
It's changed a little bit. It used to be that the other agent, with Officer Lococo, we paid Salina back for that.
Correct.
But now Cleat has both that, and then they have made it incumbent upon the cadet itself that you owe money for the money that was invested in you with Cleat. And I don't know what the mechanics of that are, but it seems like we're investing a lot of money already into somebody.
I think we could have
I would like
him
someone
draw
to
something
know
up.
who's gonna
Is
be
he a
here.
member of the FOP?
Yes. Well, yeah, he is. I mean, they're automatically in the FOP.
If he's in the FOP, I don't know that we can do anything outside of the FOP agreement.
Okay.
He's already, and maybe we can work that into the negotiations side of it. I don't know how that works.
We're in the middle of that, so so that's something we can discuss with them. And
I'm okay with it. I
that
get
would
it. You're paying an investment, so you want some return on it if they
be
leave.
definitely something we can entertain with them. We're right in the heart of that, so.
Okay, sounds good.
And he's already started, so it sounds like we're on the hook for this one too.
I don't think he's going nowhere though.
Okay.
He's vested in the community. I think his wife would have something to say about that. And in-laws.
Make note. All right, further discussion? If none, we'll call for the vote.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw. Yes. Rushiers,
Yes.
Don't go far.
I'll say, I don't know if I'm next or not.
Item N is to approve the mayor to sign the SRO contract between the city of Pryor Creek and Pryor Public Schools for the 24-25. And as we go into that, I'd like to kind of highlight some of the changes that were made, if that's okay, so. Do I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
Did you, Choya? I have a motion from Choya and a second from Gantier. So, Jeremy, if you don't mind, you want to do it? Or you want
Yeah, I can do it. So, I went,
we're going to discuss, and then we'll.
So I talked to Superintendent Mueller, kind of about the contract coming up this year. Before, you had the 4 SROs, they paid $60,000 apiece for. The 5th one, they paid $20,000. Talked about that. She raised that to 60, so they added $40,000 to the 1 SRO. Then we talked about overtime, and I've had to put.
You had 4 that you paid 60 for? You had 4 that they paid 60 for, and another ones they paid how much for?
20. So they raised that 5th one from 20 to 60. So they paid
That was an
40,000 more.
older agreement.
That was last year's
They
agreement.
weren't all together, it was hodgepodge.
Sorry, I was trying to do math.
So that, yeah, they raised that. So they raised that one to equal at 60. So they're all 5 at 60,000 apiece. And we talked about the cost of that, and some of that was broke down to the 9 months times their salary minus the benefit package. We came up with a price, and it's pretty spot on. And part of their argument was if they pay too much, then it's not any good. We might as well go get our own police department for paying too much. That was kind of the argument back and forth. I think this is something to work on. It's obviously we've got more money this year, and we can build on that. There's a good relationship there. She also talked about the overtime issue. I put pen to paper, and we spent roughly $22,000 in sporting events this year. We broke down the sporting events, which are broke down in that contract, and that was per the, who's over the sports? Help me out here. Athletic director. Yeah, so the athletic director, he's the one who dictated what sports and what officers he wanted and this and that. It was around 22,000, so they gave us that. That was never in there. So up to 25,000 in overtime, and that's something that Courtney will get to do again. And a lot of the stuff that I do with grants and stuff falls right back here.
Add in their specific invoiceable overtime.
Invoiceable overtime. So if we use 5 SROs at a football game, that time that they're at that football game or whatever is not on the city. That will go straight back to, she will invoice them.
Yes, sir.
5 SROs or 5 officers?
It just says sporting events and SROs.
Well, I think probably would be good if we just kind of go through this a little.
We can. And the SROs are the ones that, so the football game, we did have a few officers at. Most of those were either reserve or the SROs. The SROs covered all the sporting events outside of that. It was never patrol. So the only one that patrol might have piggybacked on last year was the football games, which we won't need that this year. We got 5 SROs. Jack and Ross were pretty good about making sure the SROs covered the events, and that was kind of the deal. You guys have weekends off, you're covering the sporting events. Like tonight, there's 3 of them at that semifinal soccer tournament. So it's falling down the SROs are going to cover their sporting events.
My only question was specifically on that one. It had for.
And I can't remember what the contract says on that.
It had 5 for that one, which means it takes all 5 of them.
Correct. Say one's
If
out.
one of them's out, are we going to get reimbursed for that 5th one?
And I could talk to her, and I'm sure they would have no issue.
And then the other question I had was, it doesn't specify if it's high school games or junior high games or JV games or varsity games. It honestly says any games of the school, and it could be really
Well, so
fast. I mean,
football was
if they
high
said-
school.
If they said, I want somebody at Roosevelt for the 2nd grade game, by contract, I think we're on the hook for it.
So football was, they had the broke down in the, I've got emails.
It's broken down, but it doesn't say what division or any, or age group it is.
So I could shoot the email that I had, because the email that I have with her is broke down. High school football, 5.
Well, Jeremy, in section 6 on page 3, it says the school resource officers will attend football games, basketball tournaments, and wrestling tournaments hosted by public schools. 5 officers will be assigned to a football game, 3 to home basketball games, and 4 to home basketball and wrestling tournaments. But it doesn't specify anything in there about soccer, baseball, or other sports. So they only want, the way this contract reads, they only want an SRO at football, basketball, and wrestling only.
And that will fall to the school. I don't think typically they have had them at soccer, but they've got some big, I guess they're in the.
The state playoffs, yeah.
Correct, so it's a big event. And I think we probably add that language in there. And I think we could do that later on, or whatever we need to do, but add that says if it's a request from the school on one of their sporting events, it's a covered event.
That section says hosted at Pryor schools, which means any outside tournament that's hosted here, we could be on the hook for. To me, I would like that section to be clear as to exactly what we're committing to, because they do host lots of tournaments here for.
Well, we covered everything this year, and it was.
Right, for the school, but there's also outside tournaments, and this says hosted at Pryor schools, which, Chase, if they wanted it, we would have to be there.
I think you may interpret it that way.
How much is the overtime we paid?
22,000 this year.
This year we paid 22?
And
That's not including tonight.
Jeremy, also in that same section on page 3, it says the school district agrees to pay overtime not to exceed 25,000. Is that 25 for each officer or 25 total?
No, and Chase went back and forth with this as well. So Chase had read the contract and went back and forth with them. They're not, I mean, we can change it.
Not on negotiating, but on working.
Correct. It wasn't like a hard bargain. I mean, if we wanted something changed, I don't.
And it also says that it'll include game coverage within their, when possible, include it within their regularly assigned work hours. So does that mean that you're gonna stagger, like, instead of being at school all day and then going to a football game, you're gonna stagger that 8-hour shift to the middle of?
So sometimes they have like tournaments at the high school, whatever. Ross, he did it. This contract, a lot of that wording hasn't changed. A lot of that's probably the same wording that was in there last year. And it's just that agreement with the school. I mean, they're not gonna, it's very easy to work with. But like there was a game at the high school during the school day, he would go back and forth. And he would.
Well, that would be like a track.
Correct.
Track held during school hours.
So he would make an appearance. And I know they had some basketball tournaments, things like that he made appearances with. I mean,
The way it's written, it is limited to 2, right? It'd be a limit of 5 officers, not 12.
correct.
So that's a good thing.
Yeah, and that's their request. So that section, and that's kind of why I wanted to go through this little by little rather than just kind of like throw darts at the wall. That section came specifically from school legal, and those were their requests. You know, obviously, if we feel that there's a need to beef it up, we're gonna beef it up. That's what they're requesting. And so, you know, I think, good point. Let's talk about with them. We can talk about the coverage. JV versus middle school, whatever we need to do, make sure that's clarified.
Because there is like, so she doesn't, your superintendent's like, she doesn't know every single event that the officer acts, she's not at every one. The athletic director sat down with the SROs and he said, hey, we got JV and high school basketball, that's the 2 JV, and then wrestling was JV, wrestling, high school. So you had those 2 events, and he had it broke down. I mean, it was like 2 officers at this one and 3 officers at this one. And I think it's okay to put something like that in there. I've got that broke out in the email because I went through and I said we spent X amount of dollars on JV wrestling. We spent X amount of dollars during this tournament. Because the tournament, they want 3. So there was a lot of different lingo that me and her went back and forth with as far as what our guys actually worked this year to break it down per the number.
Cover middle school as well?
Okay. There were certain things like the basketball, and then, like I said, any big tournaments the guys were at. But the only time that we had outside officers was football. Other than that, it was SRO did it all.
So, Chief, I don't remember seeing it, piggybacking off of what Councilman Brown was talking about. I know, like, if one of our SROs is sick, we can replace him. Is that verbiage in there, that we can replace him with another city officer?
It's probably not like that, but we could do that. I mean, if they're requesting 5 and we don't have 5
Because
SROs.
if we do it in one place where we can have a replacement, then I think it would cover anywhere else if there's a.
And the only time that would probably come in effect would be football. I mean, the others, you got 5, you're gonna probably have coverage, but that,
And then maybe add a clause, where if the school requests additional for whatever purpose, then we have something to deal with that.
And that why the 25,000 extra dollars is there to pay the overtime?
Correct.
correct, that 25 is specifically, I didn't get into the other part of that, but the 25 is specifically overtime for sporting events.
So am I reading it correctly that they're only gonna pay for overtime at football, wrestling, and basketball? If police officers are needed at soccer or whatever, then that's gonna be.
Well, we probably need to put that clause in there, that's what I was thinking. We probably need to put, if it's a request from the school, then they pay for it.
No, I think that part where it says the school district agrees to pay overtime not to exceed for event coverage, I think that probably, in my opinion, is ill-placed. That 25,000 will be covered if it's at an event or if something comes up where the officer ends up working more, the coverage will there. The key is, we have to invoice that time. So and that's gonna require going through their processes, their approvals. So I think that probably could have been positioned a little bit better in there. But it does say specifically in the top of that section you're referring to, that the school resource officers will attend football games, basketball tournaments, and wrestling tournaments hosted at Pryor Public Schools. So I've got a note to talk to them about other coverages and things like that. And that's how we do this. I also want to go up a little bit. We're going to kind of back up some of the other, one of the other additions to the financing that they've added, on top of taking it from the 260 to the 300,000. They define that the city will provide the uniforms and sufficient cars. That's old standard verbiage.
Can I stop right there? Because that was one of the points I wanted to ask about. If they're wanting vehicles there that are properly marked and all the equipment, why are we not getting them to give a piece of the pie on replacing these cars? If there's 5 there, even if you replace, I mean, we're replacing every 3 years. I can see the city replacing a car every 5 years. That's 1 a year that you would think that they could contribute to, especially if it's in the contract that they want it there.
I hit her last year with a vehicle, and they said,
She had bond payments to make, is what.
and they would look at it this year, and then their school board president is an attorney and said, I don't think we can do certain things.
I think you have item S tonight where you're asking for cars, and it seems like a good way to fund one.
An additional.
Looking at your mileage, Officer Jenkins has one of your highest mileage cars
It's
there.
junk. It won't run on the road. I agree. I can try. I mean, I can say we can come to council tonight, and they want me to ask about a vehicle. I don't know what she's gonna say.
I think this is a lot better than last year,
I agree.
but I think we can improve on it some more, just because they say, here's a contract, take it, we come back with our ideas and go back.
Are you taking notes on this? Okay.
Decent contract. This is better than it was.
Okay. Yeah, they definitely came up.
Along with, and let's not, my request is, let's not get so into one item that we forget some of the other compensations that don't necessarily have to do with finances or money. I did want to say before a minute ago, that they are also adding to this what was it,
20,000 for training.
not the training, the term life.
Oh, yeah,
They're adding term life for those officers, and I believe it was 25,000 for that policy. They're adding $20,000 for continuing education costs for the officers assigned as school resource officers, and those as well are invoiceable. But as we get down into the meat of this, there's, excuse me while I go down through and try to find it here. One of the things, and even Chase had caught, was that they're taking the disciplinary burden off of the PD, and that they're requesting that the officer simply take them to the administration to be administered by school officials, whatever student principal they go to. that's kind of new verbiage, so they're trying to take some of that burden off of there to put it on themselves, where before it was to be it wasn't clear. And so as we look at that, there's a lot of cleaning up that they did. Clearly, there's things that we can continue to request for. My opinion is it was a good comeback from the school over the last couple of years without us really requesting anything more than the overtime. And so the increase in pay that we heard about last year, well, they could pay more. Well, they did. They could cover the overtime. Okay, they did. And then they threw on some other benefits and then kind of put some of that burden back on the principals. And not that the principals weren't doing it. They're great. All of the principals are great. No, just want her to know that we appreciate what her husband does. But, there was a lot of cleanup that took place in just condensing what was 2 and 3 agreements over, from 2008 till now into a fairly well-written contract that we came out ahead this year.
And they've got attorneys they go through, no offense, but the attorneys, there's a lot of red tape that she has to get through. She doesn't approve this stuff. I mean, she goes through her board, attorneys, and equipment was one of the issues because they said that it's not the Pryor Public School District's vehicle. It is the city of Pryor. Now, can they flip it around the other way? But I shot her a quote last year, which you see the quotes this year, they're saying they're a little higher. Vehicles are very expensive. They're very expensive outfitted. Like I said, I don't know if
They have to buy it. I mean, if they don't have the vehicle doesn't belong to them, they can write a check just like they are on everything else. It's one of the things that they're wanting in the contract. I don't think it's a heavy lift for them to do. I'm sure that they probably disagree, but also we're supposed to be good stewards of our money, and if we're putting 5 cars there, at the same time, they probably want 5 cars that run are gonna be dependable at the same time and look good out there. I know Johnny's Tahoe is making it, but it's.
And she's
barely
aware, I
making it.
mean, the superintendent's aware of the vehicles that are there. When I come to you guys, I mean, I'm prepared when I go after something, so I was prepared then, I mean, it was, their vehicles are the same ones that they had then, and there was an email, broke down the mileage, the years, the shape their vehicles are in. So I don't mind going at, and speaking with her about that, and letting her speak to her board. And the equipment side of it, we didn't get in that yet. That's some of the things I'm still working on. So there's some equipment consideration, ballistic shields, breaching tools, things like that she said that they're willing to look into. I mean, their board is very friendly to police because there are 2 police officers on that board, or one former, one other police officer. One of them is in our building. So they're very police friendly. They're very friendly to us. So that relationship and that working back and forth, I mean, if I ask her something, I mean, she can say no. So that's the worst that can happen. I don't mind asking and saying, hey, we had a discussion tonight. Here's what they would like me to, see if we could come with more of an agreement. And
Well, if nothing else, I feel like, you asked last year, you bring it up again this year, maybe that is helpful going into next year. If nothing else, that lets them know that, hey, this is,
as you know, I'm not afraid to ask.
yes,
Okay,
never hurts to do that.
I don't know if we use the word table or take no action until we go back and redo the wording.
We've got time till their next board meeting. I want to get it through before their next board meeting. They just had theirs, so it'll be a month. So we'll have another meeting. So that'll give me time, if we need to make some adjustments in the contract and talk to her, we can just.
Like I said, it's better than it was.
No, I agree.
Is there any equipment that they are wanting us to have that's not standard issue, or is it all pretty much stuff that?
Nah, it's standard issue. The stuff that we're asking for, like the breaching tool shield, that's our request, and some of their board members are wanting that. And like I said, they're all on the same page. It's not been a bad.
Because if it's something that would be school specific and we wouldn't use it elsewhere, I'd say,
Which takes me to my point. If you'll remember, whenever we talked about the SRO contract a few months ago, I asked that we figure out a way to break SROs out from the police department budget. I'm not saying cut it, I'm not saying increase it, I'm saying let's just cut it or break it out the way we do the animal control program. That gives us a very clear picture of what these SROs are actually costing us. And that will enable us to better go back to the schools and negotiate these types of.
And I got some numbers I can email you. So Lisa,
Cars.
because when we were breaking down overtime numbers, I had Lisa send me their salary and their overtime rate. And so I've got all that, so that gives me a pretty clear picture of where we're paying these officers, because some of them have been here a while, you know.
I'd like to see it on the financials, just like we do everything else. In a separate program, still part of the police department, but a separate program.
The overtime will be like that, because it's the only way that I'm gonna be able to invoice them properly. The SROs are gonna have to clock in under a special pay code that separates it out from the rest of the overtime that is incurred.
And going into the new budget, I could try to work with Lisa and them to get that, because right now, if you look at our budget, it's all salaries. I mean, it's just blanketed together, so.
We can absolutely set up an SRO salaries
Gotta
account
break it
that we
down.
have into and have it completely separate out.
Kind of
Can
right.
you also do like the equipment, the supplies, like I said last time, if they blow their nose, I want to know how much that cleaning's cost.
Yeah, that's definitely something we should do before we approve the new budget, have those account numbers set up. And I've already been working with departments to get all that stuff cleaned up, and this is the type of stuff that
That would be awesome if we could do that.
I will say, on the vehicles thing, we're absorbing a lot of costs for the school. A lot of costs that aren't being laid on the table. If one of those guys gets hurt, it's our workers' comp insurance, it gets done, and we're the ones putting the bill for it. If they hurt somebody, the tort claim gets filed against us. There's all kinds of things out there that we're encumbering the burden on. I mean, asking for a car does not seem like a big lift to me, and probably a continual basis, however often that is, that we decide that they should.
Well, I'll try. I definitely will.
I got it wrote down.
And whatever other considerations you put in that contract, because like I said, they were very easygoing.
I would just say just outline what events specifically we're committed to.
Mark, did you have?
And
I was
also,
agreeing that we need to definitely put exactly what events, middle school, high school.
Or even put a clause in there. I think there needs to be a clause
So
that,
many tournaments at those elementary schools,
Right.
and we don't wanna be like, all of a sudden they say, hey, we
Right.
think we need somebody there, and that,
but I think you need to have a clause that says if it's a special event like the
as
state
request-
tournament.
if they request us our presence for something that is not specified
Correct.
at whatever, to where they would have that option to.
But also their obligation, yeah.
Correct. No, I've got no issue
You
with that.
mentioned baseball in here, but you haven't mentioned softball. I mean,
They didn't do baseball either. They only had to go baseball one time. That was a guy wouldn't leave. But
well, I mean, it's written down.
Is it in there?
It's in the contract.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't think they work baseball games. Couch, am I wrong?
No, they don't.
Do they do baseball games?
Chief, when did you say their next meeting was?
It'll be the 1st of June,
Yeah, there's.
first week of June.
So we got time to come
so you'll go
before.
back to them before our next council meeting.
I'll go back to them tomorrow.
Later this week.
So what do we need to do here then?
Maybe I missed it.
Table it.
Take no action.
Table? No action, table?
If we table it, we have to specify the date that we're
They were
gonna
just
bring it
asking about
back.
baseball.
If we do no action, then
Joy.
we'll bring it back.
But
So make
or we
the
might
motion.
clarify like
Can
the
we-
little
can we
league
have little-
basketball, the little league
I'm gonna-
baseball, the little league football, that's all.
Yeah, that's the only.
That's not school functions.
Correct.
I believe we can
So
postpone it to a certain date as well.
I only have one.
Because they're talking about elementary stuff.
About
Yeah.
there's far too much chatter going on.
But it's not griping and yelling though.
No, but we're trying to figure it out, and there's too many conversations going on. So,
I make a motion that we postpone until the next council meeting. That puts it back on the agenda
Is there a
automatically.
motion on the floor already?
the motion was just to,
Table it to.
If you table this to the next council meeting though, that may be our meeting, but the school won't have a meeting. You're gonna need to,
I think she could probably get that approved prior to that. I can ask her.
so here,
Either that or you guys would give your approval for the signature as long as the board approves.
okay, so let me explain the conversation that I've had with the superintendent directly, is that we can, she is expecting us to discuss and come back to her so that she has time to prepare if needed. They're not expecting us to, I mean, sure, they'd love us to be like, boom, done, but I think they know that we may have some changes and some consideration. Her goal is, yes, to get it on, approved or to her school board by the first week of June so that they can begin their processes for the next school year as well. It's respectable to do that and keep that in mind. That said, we have plenty of time for Chief, myself, the involvement that Chase will have in the wording and part of that. And we found last year that this superintendent is very flexible, very cooperative. In fact, when Chief Cantrell went to give his presentation about the the overtime and discuss these issues, just like he told the council he would. She caught me at a fundraiser and said that she was very impressed. He was very prepared, the board was very receptive, and it was well presented. She is appreciative of our efforts to work with them. I'm not foreseeing any big issues. I mean, what's the worst, they'll say no. But in the same token, we want to make sure that we're not approaching the looking a gift horse in the mouth.
To piggyback off that, the couple changes that I had were mainly involving the discipline sections, because I didn't want any of our police officers discipline anyone. I mean, when I requested those changes, 10 minutes, boom, done.
Yeah, there was none. So they're being cooperative. My suggestion is that we table this to the next council meeting.
That's what I would do.
What's
Hang
the
on, let me
motion
finish,
that's on the
Mr.
floor?
Gantier. We table this to the next council meeting so that the suggestions for coverage and the vehicles can be presented to the school, and they will promptly respond back, and we can have it ready, the reply ready for next council meeting. That still meets getting it to them for their board meeting. And one thing we don't want to delay the school any more than we would want them to delay us. So,
I just got one thing to put in your ear, because I know we'll talk about this later. With Tyler bringing up them covering a vehicle, obviously, comfort-wise and utility-wise, trucks, SUVs are preferable to sedans, but sedans are also cheaper. So is there, what models are often used these days outside of SUVs and trucks?
I don't know if they're making a police sedan personally. We've been looking.
I don't think they
Crown
use,
Victoria went
maybe
out.
some Chargers, but they're
now,
not,
the ones that I found when I looked, because, the
Horses are
conversation was,
kind of out. Cranberries are out.
Chevy and Ford both have, they're really the only two that are in the business now. EV was the option, and that,
Yeah.
it wasn't really even pursued.
And you're not much cheaper anymore. Honestly, the prices are not. And I don't know if you've seen Johnny or some of them guys, you're not putting them in a sedan. So, some of those big
Nothing
boys.
against John, somebody my size, when you get geared up and you're in a gun belt, I mean, Bruce can probably attest to this.
Oh, yeah.
You are cramped in there.
Well, I was just,
laptops.
I was just wanting to explore it, just because, if the school board gets an option of paying 15 to 20 grand for something versus 30 to 40
Yeah,
grand
more
for
of a car
something,
side.
that make them more amiable to accepting that.
The only thing available now is either Ram for the Durangos, or you go to Chevy or Ford for trucks or SUVs. There's no sedans available any longer for law enforcement. If you look, even the troops having to switch to Durangos because they've discontinued the Chargers. And one of the other things you have to look at, that the SRO vehicles still need to be equipped as a PPV, a police pursuit vehicle. They still have to be capable of going out and working patrol when they're not in the school in the summertime and such. So those are other things that need to be considered. Don't mean to interrupt, just making you aware of that.
Jeremy, just to clarify on the expense of that too, what does it cost to outfit a vehicle?
So the cost of,
Lights, siren, computers, everything.
so the price of the car is around 53 to 56, then you're gonna add another 20. So it was about 80 grand, anywhere 75 to $80,000 to outfit a vehicle. Totally. That's what all the stuff that we put on. And she's got that same
So
quote.
it's over $20-some thousand just for the lights and
Correct.
computer equipment and everything.
Yeah. And they know our vehicle situation, because I forgot about that PowerPoint. I had an old smoky car up there, because I said, this are SRO vehicles. And so, and I had them, I mean, they know the situation of our SRO vehicles. They're not good. And the whole board saw that. And I gave them a packet of the vehicles and the mileage and the years. So, okay.
And I know when I had a conversation with Mr. Raleigh many years ago, he was convinced that some of this was to fund vehicles, because he wanted to put paid for by Pryor Public Schools on the back of all of his cars. So, just keep in mind that there are some of those school board members that, it is what it is. But we've got the
So when you
note.
go back for your negotiation with them, how many vehicles you gonna ask for? One for each SRO? 5?
I'll ask.
I think we start with one.
You see what 3 are gonna cost?
So,
Pickup
Alright.
probably wouldn't be out of the question, would it?
No, pickup would be fine, a PPV pickup.
I'm not sure pickup would be cheaper than that.
They're higher.
That's
And we'll get into that here in a minute. I'm blown away too. I'm like, are you kidding? Price of vehicles are horrible.
All right.
I will give a reminder that before we get too greedy, Mays County Sheriff's Office is now in the business of SRO, so
And they're much cheaper.
there are other options at a much cheaper rate. Just keep that in mind.
I remember they're what?
I'm just saying.
Mays
I'm not-
County's for
I'm
what,
not saying
40,000
no.
an officer?
Something like that, yeah.
We are very blessed to have the offers out that we do, but we'll take those considerations back. We just need we have a motion and a second to approve. I need those motions amended to table.
Brown made a motion to table until next council meeting, but there's not a second yet.
I'll second.
I thought there was a motion on the table already to get this discussed.
Well,
But
don't we
they
have to change our
the
motion?
Yes,
They make.
yes, we need to amend the motion that was made originally.
Okay, the original motion to amend, or to approve was Shropshire and Gauthier.
I'll make a motion to table.
I'll
Until when?
amend.
Till next council meeting.
Right,
Whatever
Shropshire?
he says, I'll amend.
To the next to the next council.
May 16th, yep.
Well, mayor's talking too.
I should need you to say it because you're the one that makes the motion.
Yes.
It's like May 16th, I think.
You just said that.
It's okay, I'll repeat
And I
it.
amend my second
It's
to
okay, I'll
reflect this.
So, all right, when you're ready, call for that vote.
This is a motion to table until next council meeting.
Until May 21st, that's the next council meeting. Trammell,
Yes.
Gauthier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
A lot of Bs right there. Okay, we're good.
Okay, thank you. Item O, this one is for you, Bruce. Approve an expenditure in the amount of $17,203 to Muskogee Communication for invoice 240174 regarding the antenna system and power equipment for the new repeater to be paid from PPWA bond account 878755428. This purchase was previously approved at the June 16th, 2020 council meeting. Do I have a motion?
Somebody's got to do it, I'll do it.
Okay, we have a motion from Choya and a second from Bashir. This is the one that, Bruce, you had asked to see if we could get that paid out of the bond.
Yes.
We called Mr. Colker, he said that would be fine, so this is what we're looking to approve. That would not come then out of, I believe it was capital previously, and so now it will come out of the excess bond funds from that 5428 account. Discussion? No? Okay, call for the vote.
Gauthier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Yes.
Trammell.
And I just want to add on the tail end of that, I know the vote's done, but I did talk to him about some of the other items that we have on there. And he said as long as it's not if it's a permanent fixture, not like software or repeatables, things like that, then we could also make that change as well. So we'll be looking at how that would, if it's equipment specifically for the building, bought for the building, then he said we could look at that, so.
Anything saved over.
We'll get there. All right, item P, I believe is where we're at.
Yes, sir.
Approve an expenditure in the amount of $90,725 to Envision Civil Contractors for Salt Creek Branch Phase 2, Pay App 2 to be paid from Street Drainage Projects account 141455092. I have a motion.
I will make the motion.
Motion from Gauthier,
No, I'll second it.
second from Choya. Discussion?
Yes, this is the project that was west of Highway 69 on Larimore property.
Correct.
And this is the one that was done before we approved it.
Now approved, yes.
And is this going to be the last payment?
I believe,
Because the engineer told us last time that it's done.
Yes, it is. There was a little bit of a issue with the hydro seeding. I don't know if you were aware of that.
What does that mean in plain English?
Hydro seeding is grass seed.
Okay.
And so the contractor had some issues with his grass seeder not working right. It wasn't throwing grass seed, and so they hired the contractor subbed that out to a third party, and then they got that wrapped up. So the third party called and was convinced that they were trying to shortchange that, and he said, no, we only need you to finish what he couldn't. And so the third party called me, called Dale, and Dale got it clarified to the third party that that wasn't the case. That we only needed part of it finished up, and so.
So this is the last payment then?
I believe it is, yes.
And was the landowner satisfactory with everything?
Yes, when I called that landowner, Mr. Larimore, he was satisfied. His words were exactly, I'm satisfied. Now, there was that one situation with that item being pulled out of the bank. That does lie on the contractor if that comes out, and he has to fix that, and that's understood, so, but that's not on us.
Did they discard that particular item?
No, it's back
It's
in there.
still, okay.
It's back in there, it's been secured.
Looks like it never moved. I was out there the other day. They did a pretty good job of putting it back in there. I don't know how they kept
Yeah,
it together.
you know, it's hard when you tell a contractor one thing is not to come out of that hill. And the landowner is standing there watching the contractor pull that one thing right out of the hill. First, like 3 hours on the job. And so, believe me, the phone calls were made on a Sunday afternoon, and it was fixed by Monday. So, and he was satisfied with that as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Further discussion? Call for the vote.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
You guys entertain a short break? We have a few people that have requested one.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll take a short break. Reconvene at the hour. everybody a few extra minutes because we were working out some stuff on easements, so we're gonna move forward. Where are we at here? Item Q. Approve an expenditure in the amount of $58,980.75 to Key Maintenance for Salt Branch South Tributary Ditch Repair. Pay app number 3, to be paid from Street Drainage Projects account 141455092.
So moved.
I got a motion from Gauthier.
I'll second.
Ooh, Brown got there. A little faster, Bradshaw. We can do this. Second from Brown. Do what?
I said, we can't talk about it till we get a motion in a second, so.
It's all right, yeah. Did you get those, Courtney?
Yes,
Sorry, that was a little,
you're okay. You guys took long enough that I was actually able to write it down for once, so,
good deal. That was intended.
good.
All right, discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Okay.
Whenever we start these projects, like this Salt Branch project, does the engineer obtain the easements? Is that what he does?
Has in the past, yes.
Okay, well, my question is, it looks like on this Salt Branch easement, it wasn't even issued to 3/27/24, so we'd already worked on it, what, 2 years?
No, I believe there was an easement before, and then I specifically, and I'm gonna say this, Bruce, in my time in office, that's the easement for Mr. Nunley, and I stood on his front porch while he signed that easement. So I mean,
This
before,
was later, I mean, this was the 27th of March this year.
I think it was earlier than that.
That's what it said was filed, that's what I was wondering. I just wondered if we was
Yeah, we had that.
legal in what we were doing, or we failed to get
Yes.
the easement done.
No, before we started that project with that new wonderfully functioning drainage canal, the cleanup, and the backside, which I have heard from Mr. Kernut as well, that it's draining perfectly, and he's had no issues in all this rain, so.
Is the file date from the county clerk's office for 3/27/2024? Is that what it says?
Excuse me, I couldn't hear you.
Is the file date from the county clerk's office, Mays County Clerk's office? Okay, so
3/27/24.
we received that quite some time ago, it was sometime last year, but we didn't know that we were supposed to file it with the county, so we actually filed it with county on that date.
Okay.
So we had it prior to that.
That's what I was wondering.
Yes, but I can tell you, I stood there with Charles from Infrastructure Solutions. Well, we kind of had to explain to Mr. Nunley what exactly that was. Wanted to make sure that he fully understood, and then I brought that back to City Hall.
So to piggyback Bruce and Courtney, what is our proper protocol for filing easements? And who actually does who does them, the attorney or the clerk's office? Who does them?
I am not writing an easement agreement like that, absolutely not. Typically, the ones that we've done since I've been in office have been presented to us from the other person, the other party.
But who gets with them to get the ball rolling on it? The engineer or the
In
mayor?
the past, it's been Steve Powell has.
Okay.
So that would fall on Infrastructure Solutions.
Okay.
But we do not write the agreement whatsoever. And then when
Right.
we file it, we didn't know this at the time, but we're supposed to also file it with the county, so we'll be doing that moving forward, but.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Is all of this work done on Salt Branch now?
They've got some cleanup. They've got a little bit left, and then it's pretty soggy there. As yesterday, I was there when I visited with Mr. Kernut. It's still a little too wet for them to get their equipment out of there. So,
But almost done.
yeah.
Yeah, I was up there this morning and it's almost done. It a little cleaned up, like I said.
But Mr. Kernut was very, and anybody that knows him respectfully, he's very protective of his flood zone. Very and he was very pleased. He said it didn't even back up.
Yeah, it looked really good.
So I do know that the storm last week, about 2:30 in the morning, I drove out there when it was coming down in all its glory, and I think I shared this with you. Previously, there's a division on North Elliott where it's like the old road meets the new road, and the new road wasn't really the problem. It was kind of the older, the north around the turn. When I went up last week and I went up again this weekend, everything that was previously flooding, dry as a bone. Everything south of there wasn't draining quite as fast. So we did our job. We got the north side to drain. The south side is just not draining as fast now, so it appears that it's backing up and flooding, but the mission was accomplished, so. Any questions on that? Okay, if none, call for the vote.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith.
Here.
Okay.
One second, I got a couple of reports that the room, is kind of quiet, so if we could talk a little closer to the microphones, I think that'd be, well, I guess I will have to talk closer. I need you guys to all stand.
All right,
up,
everybody
John.
stand up.
Maybe talk a little louder then, but just so everybody at home can hear us.
Okay. Thank you.
Perfect.
I feel like this isn't the first time I've done this today. Item R, approve an expenditure in the amount of $11,150 to Town Square Building Codes for final inspections of the West 530 Apartments from Community Development Salaries Account 02-203-5011. PCO Holdings has already paid for these inspections. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion from Gantier,
Second.
second from Smith.
Mr. Mayor, am I correct in understanding that we're kind of like a clearinghouse? They pay us and we send this through? Is that what this is?
Use a different term than clearinghouse, so layman's terms. I'm not really following you there.
They've paid this already, haven't they, to us, and then we pay for it?
Correct.
Okay. So it's kind of like a pass-through.
Yes.
So it's nothing, it's no direct encumbrance on the city that hasn't been compensated already? Okay, thank you.
Have they have paid for these?
Yes, they paid for the inspections as they were done. I don't know the exact date,
It
but
was
Yeah.
months or a few
Yes.
years? Okay.
Previous to the annexation.
yes. And if I remember correctly, it wasn't full inspections, it was only on water or something like that.
There
Whatever
was some little
services
caveat
Wally
to
had
it,
out
but.
there.
Okay.
But yeah,
As-
they paid for it prior to.
It was
our
inspected as
inspections.
per the MOU
Yes.
with that, so. Okay. Further discussion? Call for the vote?
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes. Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar.
Yes.
Okay. Item S is approve Pryor Creek Police Department to secure 3 fully equipped Chevy Tahoes at state contract pricing. The vehicles are currently in production to be completed in July or August and will be purchased on a 5-year lease. Approximate final cost per vehicle is $80,000 for a total cost of $240,000. The expected lease payment will be approximately $45,000 per month.
45.
I'm sorry, 4,500. Golly, Jeremy, that's a no.
Anything he can do to help you?
Thank you for that. Yeah, okay, 4,500 per month.
Well, it would only been a 6-month deal, you know?
Yeah, everything get
Do I-
done quick.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
A motion from Bradshaw,
Second.
second from Shropshire.
Do you want me to start, or do you want to start?
Mr. Mayor, before we really get into this, I do have a couple of concerns that I just want to say right off the bat.
Sure, go for it.
We haven't had our budget done yet. I don't know where our monies are, how much money we have. I know it's trying to be pulled from somewhere else. And it's not the idea of, do we want to have good vehicles? And it's, until we have the budget and all the things that go along with it, I don't believe we really know where we sit. And being this close to having a budget come out, I just don't know how wise it is to push it through, and I understand the timing and all that. but
Sure.
It's also, and I just wanted to say that right off the bat.
Can I ask that in a different way, Ashley? Are we legally allowed to commit or obligate against the budget we have not had approved?
You can earmark if you have funds currently, because you're not actually spending them until the next budget.
So,
Yes.
yeah, so there's a couple things at play here. First, I'm going to direct you all to the email from Mr. Colker that came this afternoon about, well, 11:17, sorry, this morning. My question to him on the phone was specifically to give me an opinion on the purchase of 3 cars total, and he put on here 225, and leasing these vehicles, it's 5.75. His comment was, financing of this amount will result in a monthly payment of $4,333, and thus an annual outlay of $52,000. This purchase financing should be paid from Capital Outlay Fund 44, and the payments will not adversely affect the general fund. There is approximately $427,000 of net available cash in the fund, and the average sales tax collected is about $51,000. It would appear that there are more than sufficient funds to pay for the annual lease payments of this, out of this fund. I'm gonna pause and just say, he's dealing with an ill mother. He wasn't gonna be able to make it tonight, so before that question is asked, he's dealing with that. A possible benefit to the purchase of new vehicles is that the older vehicles are requiring more maintenance, which is usually paid from the general fund. This purchase would relieve, or could relieve, some of those increasing costs, as new vehicles shouldn't require such repairs, being that they're leased. So, and that was what I asked him for, his opinion on it. His opinion is that the Capital Outlay Fund 44, which is not in the general fund for the new guys, the general fund is any fund that starts in 02. So if you look there, see the first two are 02. 44 is not general fund, it's 44, capital outlay. So as we look, and where this comes from, I'm gonna make you wait this time, Jeremy.
You're good.
In discussing this, we have seen a tremendous rising cost in repairs. Not just the one that was the insurance, but we're looking at, repair costs have been skyrocketing on some of these vehicles that he's marked on his paper there. And so firmly believe that we could pay less out of a non-general fund account to have vehicles that would remove some of those costs, if not most of those costs, from the general fund. We talked earlier, I heard this comment earlier before we started. Mayor, I thought we were trying to get out of leases. Well, we don't want to be bound up in a lease for every purchase we make. Furniture and this and equipment and this and that. Vehicles are one that it was decided, when we started this program 8 years ago, when did we, 2017 or something?
2018 was the first.
We realized that the cost was dramatically reduced because the maintenance falls on the lease, right? And so with that, there's fewer repairs. We've talked with Bank of Commerce. They gave us pretty low interest rate, and that's their number is $4,300 a month. And so we know for a fact on these vehicles we're paying more than that in repairs monthly. So, Chief.
So I'll kind of go we'll give our spiel, and that way you can see it, but you can see this form here. If you go to the packet I gave you, go to that form, you're gonna have to get your glasses out probably, because that thing is small. Some of you may not, but that way you're following along. So I'll let Trammell talk here in just a second. But right now, our vehicle maintenance, like he was saying, comes out of 215-5092. In 2023, before the new vehicle started hitting the fleet, we spent $112,750.20 out of the general fund for maintenance on these vehicles. This year, it's down, and what are you thinking is that right now? Out of that 5092, because you gotta remember, we put 6 new vehicles when I got here. That was the first goal, get them vehicles pushed out. There were 22s sitting in the parking lot. So they bought them in 2020, 2022, but the 22s were sitting there when I got here. Pushed them out, where are we at on the 550?
We're about $72,000 in maintenance this year on it.
So you see you're starting to see that cost fall out of our general because of getting new vehicles in the fleet. And I'll let you go into the cars and stuff and kind of what y'all done in the past since you've been a fleet guy.
Oh, well, like the mayor said, we did our first leases in 2018. Before that, our fleet, like now, we've always had problems, but the fleet was old, lots of mileage, and it was killing our budget at the time, I believe it was coming out of 91 before they moved it to 92. Once we got the new vehicles in 18, you could see a tremendous drop. Usually it drops by a third or a little more.
How many did they do in 18?
We did 6 in 18. We did 6 more in 20, but 4 of those did not go into patrol. Only 2 went into patrol that year because we was trying to, we put one into the, assistant chief has that truck, one's one of our investigators, one's code enforcement, and then I'm driving one of them because my Tahoe was costing a fortune in maintenance. But then again, in 22, we went with 6 new vehicles for the patrol fleet, and you can see again, from last year where it was $27,000, we're a little more over in our budget to this year, where I'm not saying we're not gonna go exceed our budget in 9.2, but we're at about 72,000 right now, it was budgeted for 75. So it's come down substantially because of those new vehicles. Now, we've had some major repairs on some of the old ones, if you'll look at that, because we have a lot of our patrol fleet's old. As we discussed earlier with the school resource, that's some of our oldest vehicles. When you go from there, because of the 2 that are there, at the top, units 00 and unit 4, both of those, that's a 2011 and a 2012 vehicle. So, but those are old vehicles. If we put those back on the road full time, we will pull them off because they will die on us within a month. I mean, anytime they go out on patrol, we're putting them back in the shop because there's issues. But I didn't break those down, but if you look down to our next ones, our 2015s, our Tahoes. A couple of those, we've spent as much or more in maintenance than what we purchased those vehicles for at this point. This year alone, in Unit 15, we've replaced the motor and the transmission during this fiscal year. Unit 17's had a new motor put in it, and it's actually, I think that's the one that in the past, we've actually had the motor rebuilt once. So, like I said, a lot of these, we're trying to get them through, but I mean, we need to start phasing them out as we can. As you can look down there at our 2018s, where we should be looking now to actually rotate those out of fleet, but we're gonna have to keep those a while longer. The maintenance costs on those are starting to come up. It's not as bad, but a lot of those have been assigned units. The lower the cost and the maintenance are the ones that have been actually assigned to individual officers longer. The pool cars that are listed in yellow, the maintenance costs are usually a third higher on those because they're not driven as easily, or a lot of times just for the different driving behaviors from one officer to the next, and them going more often if they're not an assigned unit. So typically there's more maintenance costs on those.
And what I'm asking for, so if you look at the 2020s that we had, we were paying $5,371 a month. That fell off February of 24. So that lease fell off our capital. So this lease here, an estimate for the $240,000 for the 3 vehicles is $4,332.46. That was what Adam gave me earlier. Obviously, what I'm wanting to do tonight, you can explain how state contract pricing works and the bid process and how you got to get these vehicles. We're way behind the 8 ball per se, but I'll let you talk about that, how that works. And then
I know some are, we're already behind on it. I'm at the, they've already closed, they've already started manufacturing. You can't order them. We're literally going out trying to find the different dealers that have state contract pricing, that have ordered additional units that are for sale for just anybody that calls up and can actually tell them, yes, we're interested, we'd like to purchase that vehicle. I've spoke to a group out of Texas. The chief made contact with Vance Chevrolet here in the state. You know, there was 4 or 5 Tahoes that were available. One of those is already gone. I haven't reached back out to the company out of Texas to see if those are still available or not.
And they're in production, they're not on the ground. So in production, you've got to call them and say, okay, they're in production, they'll hit the ground July or August, but we want to place a hold on that vehicle. They won't charge it till it hits the ground, which in turn is going to give me time to come back with the quotes from the bank, the price of the vehicles, the price of the equipment, the breakdown. I can run it through budget or come to council with it, however. It buys me time to do all that. It does no good if you don't have the authorization to do it.
When you buy them from there, because we looked at that as well, is it, whoever you're speaking with, is it, you have to get them upfitted from them as well with all the equipment?
We'll do our own. Like we'll order our equipment through Visual Force, and then we'll have Cody, outfit them because he does an excellent job with it. But doing that will offset some cost. And I mean, we need more vehicles than 3, but we also understand the budget. And if we my thought process on this is if we don't do it, we're gonna pay it out of 5092. You're gonna have to fix vehicles. You don't have a choice. You've gotta have vehicles on the road.
What's ACO?
Animal control.
Oh, okay.
And also, part of this on
So
the,
I want to ask you a question about, you said something about, a while ago, I think I misunderstood you. You said that lease vehicles, they take care of the maintenance, whoever owns the lease?
No,
I didn't think that would.
their lease purchase, so they have a 36,000 3-year bumper-to-bumper warranty, and they've got a 5-year, 60,000-mile drivetrain warranty. So I did call about that, 'cause somebody asked. Maybe it was you who asked me. Somebody asked me. But they do have the same warranty. They got that so between the 36 3-year, you've got a bumper-to-bumper. Anything goes wrong with it,
How long would it take you to get 36,000 on one?
where we average it.
usually about, depending on where it's assigned, they average between 15 and 20,000 miles a unit. Some of them are less, but,
A year.
statistically, it's about 15 to 20,000 per vehicle.
Okay.
So you're looking at a year and a half, 2 years, some of them will get 3, then you have the 560 on the drivetrain. So another, you get another year and a half or so.
Okay.
We also have that leases on the 22s. It'll fall off June of this next year, and it's a $6,400 one that will fall off of capital. All this out of capital, I mean, the way I look at it, if we don't, we're gonna kill the general next year in maintenance cost of these vehicles, because you're starting to see them fall a little bit, but we're also seeing some of these that need to go bye-bye coming back up.
What is the general mileage patrol on an 8-hour shift or 12-hour shift or whatever?
You know, they're running.
No, and again, Bruce, I can't give you a specific number, it depends on the officer. I've got some that's gonna be out there, I've got one specifically probably hit 120, 140 miles a shift, just random, just out there patrolling. Others, if it's a supervisor, their mileage may be pretty low, it may be 30 to 40 miles unless they're busy that night, if they're in doing reports and grading reports. It just depends on the officer, but I can tell you, let's just say somewhere between 50 and 100.
I don't think Greg's
30.
wanting new vehicles. But my thing is, I'm trying to hope when we get out of all these leases, we get out of them first.
Problem is, we're never gonna be able to buy a vehicle. I mean, you're not gonna have the money to, even if we get out of some of the leases, the money, it's such a big, it's like a fire truck.
I'd go just the opposite direction. I try to lease every single vehicle.
So, and that was the discussion when, and I'm gonna step back to Williard, and I had that discussion when I was on the budget committee. He came to me actually at my previous office, totally distraught, and was, Mayor, we need, what was it, 6 vehicles. I think we had one that was one of the old Crown Vics. I think Van Horn had just wrecked out on True Road or something, I don't know. And he was like, well, that'll be taken care of insurance, but all I have is 62,000 in my capital and I need 6 cars. Well, do the math. I said, well, you're gonna have to come up with something then, aren't you? Because all he had budgeted for that. And so he went out and he did his due process, he really did. And found out that most of the agencies throughout our region, Tulsa, Claremore, wherever, he had gone to, they were leasing the vehicles. And they were finding exactly what we find, that the reduction in general fund repair costs, the ability to pay it out. When you're dropping, what did we say, 80,000 a car, I'm sure then it was probably about 60,000 per vehicle, fully equipped. You'd have got 1 car out of that. And so the consensus is most of your agencies nowadays are doing the leases. They're also finding that and we had this situation earlier last year with the black Tahoe that we had to jump on and go to
Ohio,
Cincinnati or wherever that was, and because it was the only one available of of what we needed. We weren't getting it equipped. It was just bare bones. We got it delivered here because that was cheaper, but we had to be able to jump on it. And that's really kind of where we're at now is Chief needs the ability to jump on these vehicles when they're available, not necessarily to purchase at that point, but to say, like we did with the black one, I want it, hold it, then we'll start the process for the purchase.
So we have 427,000 in the account right now, 44.
Yeah.
And that's available.
That is from Colker this morning.
Okay, and it looks like we're gonna be running, average about 51K a year.
That's what it would add up to, yes.
And we're gonna be spending about 52K a year. So all the money that we're gonna bring into capital outlay is gonna be spend on 3 patrol cars, correct?
Yeah, that was a month.
Hmm?
The 51,000.
The 51 is a month.
But didn't say, it just
Yeah,
says
that's-
tax.
Yeah,
is
okay,
about
okay.
Yeah, that's our
50K.
month.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to understand where you're going.
Well, I
Yes.
was looking at this and I was thinking of,
Our capital's pretty healthy. I mean, it's got some money in
Yeah,
it.
and that's what Jeff said today, that the capital, that he approved of this process. He thought it was a wise idea.
But we do need like a 5-year plan. I mean, we do need a plan to say, every year we need this X amount of vehicles to get these
It's gonna
fleet.
help the general fund.
Now-
Correct.
Just for a point of record here, we did hit up the bank for 5 vehicles. And that worked out to be $375,000 loan at $72.20 a month for 5 vehicles, but it was at the same interest rate. And we just, no, we'll start with 3. was the
Mayor told me no.
response. I told him no.
So he came with,
How'd you take that?
I was upset.
Yeah.
Mayor, let me ask you a question. I don't, capital outlay fund 44, is that just for the police department?
No, 44 capital outlay is, it's
everything.
got several sub-accounts in it.
So, okay.
But you would just, can you pull from any of the 4-4 account for police?
We have 2, one actually for the
We
police.
would do whatever's approved, so technically, if you wanted to spend my capital outlay, you guys can approve that. There's nothing saying.
What's our 4 accounts? He knows them.
5418,
we could
5424.
I wouldn't necessarily feel about the idea, but it's allowed. There's nothing stopping any of you guys from approving that.
And we have talked about Colker, so me and the mayor have talked, and we're gonna get with Colker at a later time about some of the leases that were put on the capital that probably shouldn't be, that are tied to that building. And Colker said we just need to go through it, line by line and see what we could tie back to that, kinda like Bruce brought up about this antenna. It was should have been to that building, but it wasn't.
In fact, his words to me this morning when I brought that up again was, I don't know why we didn't do it in the first place. I said, well, and I remember when I first came into office, you gave me that list of the itemization of things, and it really just needs to be gone through, and picked out line by line.
Some that can offset that capital expense that came into that.
Is there anything coming up? I mean, in the capital future, that looks like we're gonna need those funds for anything else?
No, 90% of the PD's capital is gonna go into vehicles. I don't know, he said something
The 2
about
capital
50
accounts
cal,
that
but-
you have, what's your total amount of those?
Correct. Oh, I don't know. I mean, they're high. I mean,
For
Okay.
this, since you guys are just approving him to start the process, you could even just say Fund 44 and designate a specific account number when he's actually coming back for the invoices.
Correct.
Well, we have to know the numbers to do that.
No, I'm just saying, you're just approving, you're saying, I give you approval to start the process for this.
Right.
That's what you're doing tonight. So you.
You're not approving him to spend the money tonight.
Right.
You're approving
So
him
if
to
you
start
wanted
the
to just say
process.
That it has to be out of Fund 44, then that's fine.
Well, yeah, it's kinda like when we started looking for the new officer on the federal grant. We gave him the okay to go out and seek it, and then
Right.
when he came back and said, I found the guy I wanna hire, then we had a big blow up about that.
And we
I've got about, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, we did the same thing a few months ago with the fire truck. BK went out, he got permission from you guys to start shopping around for a new fire truck again.
But he had a
Exact same
fund.
process.
Did he have the
I'm
money?
sorry.
He had a fund.
the money for it already.
Right.
this is
but-
still in our capital.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is still,
We're gonna have a capital account next year.
Was the answer given how much of this fund is in there is for the police department at this point,
So-
do we know?
let me explain, those of you that have not been a part of that budgeting process. When we do the budget for Fund 44, there's not any line in there that says, there's no resolution, no ordinance, no allocation that says, this percent has to go to PD, this percent has to go there. What it boils down to is when that budget, the one that you all minus you two, Lori, and maybe somebody else, I don't know, approved is, that's allocated based on. It's hard to explain it, when I don't have the attention, because it's a frustration that we've had through this whole process. We've started, and this is all to explain this capital account. A few months ago, I think they were due April 1st, and Terry Jerry, this was in response to you and mine's conversation. I sent all of the departments, with the exception of the golf course, because I just didn't get his finished at the time. I sent them all a facility review sheet. And it wasn't about their equipment, it was about their buildings. I wanted to know about doors, I wanted to know about lights, I wanted to know about roofs. What else did I have on there?
Oh, there was a list.
Bathrooms, driveways, grass, lawns, pylons, docks, whatever they had. Because we need to put some attention into that. So I've got that information. I've got, there was a line on there for them to give bid prices if they had gotten bids, so that we knew basic general ideas on where to go with funding, what they would need. It may be that, City Hall this year is gonna need a roof. I don't know if any of you know that, but if you look here, just right over there, that's probably the lightest spot we have going out to the west. And in the records room, we actually have a 55-gallon can in there collecting water. This has to be done. There historically has not been money budgeted in capital for a roof at City Hall. But in Fund 44, and this is where I really wish you guys would jump on the opportunity to do these OML municipal financing courses that they offer, because it does explain it. I can take that Fund 44 money and divide it up any way I see fit. And that's how that works. And so, knowing that we're not gonna have a whole lot of structural issues at the PD this year, some of that money that historically has been there may go to the library. It may go here. It may go to the animal shelter. We have to divvy it up based on the needs. And the fact that previously those things had not been monitored or watched, Terry, you and I talked about this quite a bit in the past. That's why we're in a situation with the Graham building, with the Stoma building. Monies were never really allocated for that capital. And so, as we look at the leases we have those places, we look at the structures, man, I hope you all are praying that we find out any day that $500,000 grant comes through, any day. That's all money that we have to start investing back into our capital. As we talk about capital in the street department, I know we want to do a whole lot of street projects, but my encouragement to Buddy, who comes in almost every morning at 8 o'clock for his cup of coffee and says, man, Mayor, I got a tractor down, I got a backhoe down, I got a bobcat that's not working, I got, skid loader that's not working, we got this, we got the street cleaner, let's even go down there. It's time we have to start really investing in that. So as we look at that, the capital this year is gonna be allocated where it needs to be for bringing our stuff back up. Jeremy may only need $70,000 for capital this year for his vehicles. It'll be more than that, I promise you, but hypothetically, the idea is, in that Fund 44, I get to allocate out, and then it goes to the Budget Committee for approval. Budget Committee sends it to the council, and you guys ultimately approve it. But those suggestions for that are gonna come based on the research that we're doing as the administrative side of the city saying, here's where we need to put some of these funds. The amount that Fund 44 gets is given to you on the sales tax allocation sheet that we get every month, and I provide that to...
The use tax that gets allocated to the capital outlay.
Yes, isn't that what it's called, the distribution sheet that comes out, and it breaks down and it explains how much of every month's tax and use tax income.
I'm sorry, I don't think it has that on there because it's the use tax that goes directly in there. I don't think it's listed on that sheet.
Do you have one you can pull up? Because I'm pretty sure it's on there.
Yeah.
But it breaks down and says where all of that money is allocated. And so that's that process. I know that's long-winded. Yeah, well, you've been trying for a minute.
No, you're fine.
You gotta be more aggressive.
No, the sales tax does not go into the capital outlay account. Just the use tax goes in there. And the entire use tax amount every month goes in there, so.
But that's what's allocated out, so it is. Okay, go ahead.
Right, so I'm just trying to get a full picture of everything that we got going, because there's obviously a lot here. But when you're talking about maintenance costs for, like ones that you mentioned, I believe it was, did I get it right here? Basically, you put an engine and transmission in one and an engine in another. Outside of powertrain and drivetrain, like basically those two items, what is the cost of maintenance on that car? Because I mean, I know things are expensive. AC, heating, cooling, bodywork, etc., other driveline, I know that stuff's very expensive.
No, you wanted to know about one of the Tahoes?
Well, basically, when you put a new engine and transmission, what's what's gonna happen with that car? Like, where is it at as far as its life cycle?
Well, unfortunately for us right now, I mean, when we put one into service, we figure they're gonna be for at least 10 years. And that's on the patrol side before we roll it over into the SRO side. School resource gets the, and we're not picking on school resource, but I mean, literally those vehicles, unless they have to go out on patrol, they're going from point A to B and they're there at the school. So we hope they survive long enough to make it to the school and sit there.
Okay.
But I can tell you, if we're allowed to go out and purchase 3 new Tahoes, those will go into patrol. We'll take some of our older fleet vehicles, put those over to school resource, and pull our older vehicles out. So I can tell you that units 004 and unit 9, if we were to be allowed to purchase 3 new Tahoes, those 3 would probably come out of fleet. We would come back to the council at some point, request to put those on the Purple Wave auction site and sell those.
Okay.
Are those the ones costing you money right now?
I have several, I shouldn't say we have several costs us lots of money, but those are the worst ones in our fleet at the present. I meant, again.
They're the ones you put the engine and transmission and stuff?
No, that's actually in our 15s, but I meant, depending on the vehicles, depending on where they're going, I can pull some of those that are still causing us some issues. We can roll those out there. They'll last a little longer, but they do need to come off. I mean, like, if you look at, like I said, I've listed here, you know, we've got 28 vehicles that are assigned to the patrol division. Now, from that's school resource down. But out of those, 3 have over 60,000 miles, 1's over 70, 2's over 80, 3 are over 90,000, and they're literally, if you look at those, are fixing to hit 100. And then we have 7 that are over 100,000 miles in our patrol fleet.
And if you get 100,000, Zach was with me today when we were running to that major accident. How was the driving? I mean, would you want to drive a car that was on its last leg at 100 miles an hour through traffic?
Let's consider who was driving.
He was driving with me. So the semi kept me from going very fast. But
yes, sir.
To switch some of these vehicles around and put the lower mileage cars on patrol, and the other lower mileage people like your detectives or SROs get the higher mileage cars, and you cut down your maintenance and maybe buy one new one out of this account instead of leasing.
If I can, and I understand what you're saying, but our patrol fleet is typically police pursuit vehicles, but also if you look at our investigators, are driving Traverses and 1 truck. So, or actually there's 2 trucks in investigation, so we can't pull the Traverses out, put those on patrol. They're not a patrol vehicle.
And Justin's it neither.
No.
Justin's is a truck.
I mean, they're not pursuit rated. I mean, we have SSVs or special service vehicles. That's classification for some of our F-150s. And we've looked at different options. Like I said, right now, I mean, we're moving these around like a chessboard, you know, and that's where they're at now with the assigned units for the school resource on some of our older ones, and they're driving 2 that are non-pursuit rated. One was the Chief Nichols's vehicle. When he retired, we rolled that over into school resource. And then the one that was assigned to City Hall years ago, that was transferred over to
101 and 102. So 102 was Jimmy's car, the infamous gray Jimmy mobile.
And that's also a school resource vehicle.
How much did you say you were spending on maintenance this year already?
Maintenance this year, I was looking at it, we're approximately $72,000 in maintenance. And that's for everything. I mean, that's tires, brakes, you name it, anything that could go wrong or needs to be replaced on a vehicle. And again, if you look at that, there's 39 vehicles that are assigned to our department. The dare car, I really don't count it. It sits up there and just attracts people that like to come by and look at it. But I meant for the others. And that's also the 3 for animal control. But
Is it possible in your position that you could deny some of the things they want to sell you and cut down on your maintenance costs? Because they're selling you a bill of goods when you go out there. Me individually or you as a department, don't make any difference. That's what their job is. And they go in and get oil change. Oh, you need a cabin filter. That's a favorite thing.
So-
I say, no, I don't want a cabin filter.
Bruce, you brought this up earlier last year, I think beginning of summer, we talked about this. And so on your recommendation, I've started looking at those invoices that come in and watching those itemizations. And we've addressed it, you know, cabin filters was one you said, and I believe back then I told Chief, hey, this fluff, we need to kind of start watching that. So when those do come in, I do go through and I make sure that every oil change was, what, $44.29?
Well, 44.44 with the
Yeah.
tire rotation,
Yeah,
29.95 for the oil change.
$20 for pulling the mail out of the car, I fixed it flat, they said it was higher.
Nah,
No,
that's how much they cost now.
That's regardless of the 3 or 4 that we take it to, that's
They're all
the
the
so
same.
what I'm looking for when I go through those is the consistency of what they're charging. You know, I may see something on there and go, oh my gosh, why? And then I find out that there's something unique about that particular vehicle, and I've asked them before. So, you know, we're watching it, we're trying to keep an eye on it, but sometimes,
So we're not putting a cabin filter on a car that doesn't have a cabin filter, so.
The bottom line here is, you know, we spend an inordinate amount of time in these council meetings trying to figure out a way to save money in the general fund. And now that we're presented with a way to save money in the general fund, it seems like we're sitting here arguing, trying to come up with a reason why we shouldn't be saving money in the general fund. That just blows my mind. So, I mean, if we can save $10,000–$15,000 a year out of the general fund by doing this, and it's gonna cost the capital outlay $52,000 a year, while we add $51,000 a month to that outlay account, this is a no-brainer.
right,
Well, we can't, from my also understanding, very basic understanding, I'm not a mathlete, but we can't take money from capital outlay and put it in general fund. But we can take money from general fund and put it in capital outlay.
correct.
But we can't take money and go back one way or the other.
Right, we can't go, right. We can't take capital outlay money and go to the general fund with it.
And that's just because the citizens have voted to elect that amount of money to the
Right,
capital outlay account.
But we're paying out of general fund for maintenance, was the
Yes.
point of that.
Yeah, and
Where-
just, let me add this in
we're
there.
not.
Oh, I hope I'm not opening Pandora's box.
You are.
I know, but you know what? Transparency, dadgummit. We say that we're spending it out of general fund maintenance, but there are a lot of those repairs, and we were talking about this earlier. A lot of those repairs are not necessarily, they're kind of out of wherever we can get it out of. And so there have been some where we've had to pull from this account or that account to make those happen, to keep our funds in a good, but it's all out of appropriate.
Right, but to the point, if we had to pull from capital outlay or whatever else to fund the general fund back,
Can't do that.
okay,
Can't
can't
go
do
the
that.
other way, which we
Oh, how much
typically
we
want.
actually gonna save then, if we buy these 3 new vehicles and pay this $240,000? How much we gonna save a month on maintenance? Don't guarantee.
That's gonna be hard to say, because
So I can't,
I would say if it were a ballpark, if I can give you a ballpark number, we're gonna save about half. You say that's about fair?
I mean, your fleet's gonna cost you, everybody knows if you take your car somewhere to get work on, it's gonna cost you. And that fleet is gonna start falling apart.
But next year,
They're
there's
falling
gonna be cars
apart.
that are a year older still. I mean,
And that's gonna continue to fall apart on us.
I wanna make another comment.
we're down to $40,000.
You know, initially, when we get this information, we had no idea where the money for this was gonna come from, and hard no for me. Now, we get here to this meeting, and got some very interesting stuff that I'd like to look into that may change my position, but I got it tonight, and I can't in good faith make a decision without looking into this. It may change my mind. There's a few things I wanna look into. I wish we would have received these earlier.
To his point, we aren't approving the purchase, we are just approving him to start the process, though,
Yes,
correct?
just
Which
to
would give
secure
you
them,
time.
right?
To secure the
Just wanna
vehicles.
secure
so
the-
you're gonna allow us
So
to.
if we don't get them, that makes we're on the hook for them.
Once you secure them, then they're yours, you have to buy them.
Yeah,
So-
that's right.
So we're on the hook.
Well, you're gonna be on the hook for about the general fund regardless, because you're gonna have to pay maintenance, cars have to be running.
But like I said, if I'd have had this information where I'd had time to look at it.
We tried Friday to
So
talk to
let me
Colter.
ask
I didn't get
this.
this Friday.
We hear this
That's what
in
we
every
tried.
meeting.
I didn't
What
get
is
it.
it?
Colter.
We've moved the agenda items, getting the agenda out almost challengingly sooner. It makes it very hard for my office and things, and puts a little bit there to get that agenda out to you guys sooner. We've tried to give you the technology so you get it as soon as it's up. The email from Colker literally came today. It's date stamped on there. as late as the last part of last week, mind you, today is Tuesday, and we've had storms in between. I feel like we got this information out pretty dang quick. And I knew that you guys would want to hear Coker's opinion, so I literally said, what's your opinion on this? That's his opinion. And again, we've said it, and we've said it, and we've said it. You still have to approve the purchase of the vehicles when that time comes. You're approving him to start the process. We already know, anybody that thinks that we're gonna go through another year without buying a car or, look, this is an expense that is gonna always be there. It's gonna always, we're always gonna have to rotate cars in and out. That comes with the business of having a police department. We need to be able to jump on them because they're not sitting down there at the Ford dealership. They may not even be sitting in Texas anywhere.
We ordered ours in September last year when it opened, and we haven't taken delivery yet.
Right.
And that was after the state's fiscal year started, not before.
Well, Jerry runs the calendar year for their fiscal year, but when the bid opening, or the order opening through Ford, is who we actually went through in September for their new model years, we pressed to go then. And they're supposed to be coming this month, but they were supposed to have been here in March, and now they're still saying it's gonna be May before they come in. So I just, to some respect of what they're talking about, it's not easy to secure a vehicle right now, especially the PPVs or the SSVs are not, because they're special and because the manufacturers only make a limited run of them because it's not their moneymaker, because they have to sell them at state contract prices. From my understanding from Randy, was that they build vehicles of more higher end because that's where they make their money at, not on the basic contract pricing ones. So they make a limited run of them and they're hard to secure.
Okay, so just a couple quick things. And this is just for it being out in the public's ear, because you say Tahoe, you say Explorer, all people know is that Ford and Chevy make them. And I'm looking at these were what the vehicles were purchased for, like when we got them, right? It said vehicle cost $28,996. In 15, of course, not today.
I think recall I didn't put it on the Explorers down here. The newer ones, I believe they were $39,500 something a unit for the 22s.
Okay.
On those. And then I can tell you, if let's look at unit 128, the black Tahoe that we bought last year. I believe that was at $43,000. And now, depending on the allocation, they're $53,000 to $55,000, depending on where you purchase those at. They've gone up $10,000 to $12,000 a unit.
Right.
And the trucks are higher than the Tahoe, or the
plus,
SUVs.
Yeah, plus the $20K to outfit them.
Yeah.
So, and this is just, I have to ask the question, have we, and I think you mentioned it a little bit before, what would an estimated cost of an Explorer be? And I have to ask that, I hate Explorers, this type of use, the curse of being mechanically minded, but what would the general cost of that be?
If I remember right, I think the Explorers, don't hold me to the numbers, but I believe they were 51 or 3 as well. They were about the same cost. When we purchased, and I'm gonna reflect back to the other, because I don't have those numbers for you, but I know when we went out to buy the 22s, we went out looking for Tahoes. With the process here, we couldn't. So when we went out, the bid, they'd already closed. So we had to buy whatever we could. We couldn't go with the Tahoes. GM had already closed their allocation. And there was about $700 or so, I believe it was.
Okay.
Difference in cost between a Explorer and a Tahoe at the time.
And then
Comparably equipped.
that goes right to
Typically 45 to 55.9.
Okay, so that goes to the second thing is, you said in the yellow, maintenance costs are generally a third cheaper, or I'm sorry, a third more expensive, and those are all Explorers. Which leads, was that correct?
Now, to go, what I was saying here, if you look at the different ones on the pool cars, are typically a third higher in repair costs on our pool cars.
Sometimes.
Well, the thing nobody sees the Band-Aid off is that when you have a car that you share with 3 other people, think about Fred, he left his burger wrapper in here, and so-and-so, you know.
Well, it's not my assigned car.
Well,
Let's just
I-
say that they would do this, but.
But you know, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, I'm
I
sorry.
really want to as far as not theirs.
Well, no, the reason I asked that is because I noticed those are all Explorers. And basically the point is maintenance on them. They're about just as much, but the maintenance on them is good. So basically you didn't go out and look for, to see if we could, our vehicle, and you would expect them to be cheaper, but basically they're not.
Correct.
On the 2018s or not, we haven't had the 22s long enough to tell you anything on maintenance towards those yet. Those are still under warranty. Right. Our rotations and just the typical interval with those.
Right now on those.
And I can tell you with every time we go out, usually the GMs have already closed. It's hard to find Tahoes. I've gone each time looking for the Tahoes. Settle with the Explorers. I mean, what you can get. That was in 2018 and again 22. It was closed. They were already spoken Fords to put them there on the fleet.
Okay, and then one last thing is, because what you mentioned, you said if we approve this, we're on the hook for them. So, but they still have to come back and say, hey, can we approve this expenditure? Here's the final. We can't say no to that.
You can.
What happens?
He doesn't get the car.
You're not gonna sign a piece of paper and buy it.
Those vehicles, you're probably gonna have to sign something. It's probably gonna be a contract. You have to sign something.
But
Tell me if my vehicle up, they're not selling it.
But you're not gonna take our action tonight, you're signing a piece of paper. You're just gonna come back to us and say,
We're asking, we generally have to have a.
So in your next budget, this purchase needs to be factored into that is what you're doing. You can do that, I call that a no on this because I hadn't encountered this before. Their perfect example was a lot of FOP agreements, ours are yearly, but a lot of them are 5 years. So when you enter into that contract, you're actually approving that for the next 5 years, even though you haven't spent it. You're approving that contract saying, we're budgeting for this and we're promising to budget for this and spend this in the next year, 4 years. It's the same logic that you're doing.
So
You're earmarking your budget for.
regardless, it's coming out of capital outlay account.
Correct.
and yeah, this is basically, number one, it's not coming out of our general fund.
Correct.
And number two, capital outlay brings in roughly 51K.
A month.
A month, a month. So with these vehicles that have gone over 100,000 miles, and we're dumping, I had it written down here, what were we dumping a month in order to, well, okay, 72 grand this year.
That's all right, I did not break it
Which
down.
just came down
Yeah,
from
just for this
Out
year.
of the general fund.
Yeah, 72,000 out of the general fund. Now, it sounds like a really great deal. As far as our general fund is concerned, that's what we're worried about, and then we don't have a financial hold up with our outlay at this point. But what if, and I just gotta say this too, what if an oh snap moment happens and we can't say no? And I'm just saying, in the worst case situation where we knew we weren't gonna have, there was a possibility we weren't gonna have the money to do this. I'm not saying we won't or don't. I'm just saying if something happens and we can't say no and we're in a financial oh crap moment, what happens?
I think the only way you can say no, and in that scenario,
Yeah.
I mean, the council still is gonna have to approve the encumbrance of the vehicle. Even after this, there's still gonna have to be that's how that works.
To answer that from a legal standpoint, I don't know because I don't know what the contract says that they'd be signing. From a practical standpoint, just from experience, if for whatever this doesn't get approved later, and this is, again, I have not read whatever this document is, but there are so many places and towns that need vehicles. The second
Yeah.
they say we can't do it,
It's gone.
they're gone to someone else.
Yeah.
So that's how we picked up a couple of them. If they were allocated to other agencies or whomever, and they said, look, we're not taking X amount of these that we ordered, and those go out there where they're eligible for other departments to pick them up, so.
Just like the one in Oklahoma City's already gone. I called to whatever day I
But I think it's important to know that the bank, when we say the bank, we mean Adam, because that's who we've been working with, understands, and you stop me if I'm wrong, but this is for next year's budget.
Correct,
Now,
absolutely.
he knows that. He's
And it's
on the-
43, 32, 46 for the 280,
And
or
so-
240, I mean, sorry.
Given what we have in the capital, you know, yes, there could be one of those, I mean, look what happened this week and last week, right?
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen. But the idea is, that's what insurance is for. The idea is whatever's left in that capital account, that 44 account, we can roll it into next year's as well. So Jeff was very confident that it is a safe and wise encumbrance to go this route.
Well, and I just asked that because what if we set ourselves up not only to say no and then not get the cars, but then turn around and get sued? And
If I remember correctly, when we purchased the fire truck and even the street department's dump truck, if I remember.
Yeah,
is
they're
the
two
right
dump
name,
trucks.
all we have to do is give them a copy of the PO showing that the funds have been encumbered, and then they use that for their contract necessarily. It's not necessarily signing a document. The previous vehicles that were done like that didn't have an actual document that we ever saw or had signed.
Like I said, I don't know of a document, but I know about this
Yeah.
particular one. This is probably outside the legal scope, but this goes exactly what Tyler was saying. I think what they do, they don't make a lot of money off of these. They make money off of their luxury cars, and so those, they keep producing a ton. On these, they want to produce the bare minimum because they don't want these sitting on the lot because they lose money on the lot.
It's a loss.
Luxury car, they can discount it, and they still make money. That goes along with what Tyler was saying. And so I think that is why they have allowed these to get so backed up and not overly producing them. But because of that, there's such a demand. Saline is in the same boat, I can tell you. It's just, there's not enough vehicles for the country for this type of
If we
thing.
do this tonight, then next week we're gonna come back and say, we've still got over 100,000, we need to get 3 more. I mean, when's the next time you're gonna hit?
That's what I said, we need to come up with a 5-year plan. I mean, I want 6, but we're not gonna do it this year. I mean, obviously,
Next week.
Bruce will be here.
it'll obviously be in the following, not this coming year, but the next year. So this will be what we get this year, or this coming after
So-
July.
You're right, we do need to come up with the 5.
We got to.
I also made it, I'll let you. I made it very clear to Jeremy, you know, all joking aside, 3 was the limit. And, you know, he begged and pleaded and groveled and started crying, and I was like, dude, 3 is it. We have the numbers for 5 under Coulter's budgeting advice. 5 is doable, but 3 is all we can do right now. So 3 is the stamped limit for right now.
And then well, you already mentioned the 3 cars that you're probably gonna pull out in this, I mean, and one of them including the 2011. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm giving you that right now, that's what we want to do unless something happens and one of our other vehicles dies and we say, look, this one's going instead, but, I mean, right now, that is the plan, is to pull those 3 that I gave you, those 3 unit numbers. Because that's our oldest vehicles, and then again, we'll move from there.
Mayor, I have a few questions.
Shoot, go for it.
And I think it just got answered, but I want to emphasize it. This is going to be your vehicles that you're going to request for the new fiscal year. There's not going to be any more.
Correct, I mean, unless something unforeseen happened.
Right, but
Yeah, I mean, right now, there's no intention, these are the 3. I don't think we're gonna be able to get them. Even if we wanted them, you're not gonna get those vehicles. So they're gonna be gone, like, cause they won't produce again until, like Tyler said, they ordered them.
Okay.
And they're not, you can't get them.
25s.
Correct. They'll be
So
25.
to save money, the vehicles that you're going to take out of service, why can you not swap out all of your equipment, radios and everything with those instead of buying brand new ones?
Do you wanna get the technology side, how far it goes out?
Well, there's, in those old vehicles, you're looking at a 2011, so that's 13 years old, the other one's 12 years old. You're taking that old equipment out of that body style, trying to put it into a new one. They will not
That
work.
would work.
The only thing we'll take out of there, we might be able to use is radios. And I'll be honest with you, don't wanna hear this, but we will be coming to you at some point in the next couple of years for radios, because ours are gonna phase out, and we're gonna have to have new technology there as well.
Yeah, the technology's so far in advance that these are just
outdated.
So we will probably be coming to you looking for purchasing of radios this year for a few, but I'm just giving you a heads up now. But none of the equipment that's in those is too old, it will not move over to new vehicles.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Things
That's
change
part
like
of your
that.
80,000 though, isn't it?
Do what?
That's part of your 80,000.
Yes, part of the 80,000, there's literally, like you said, Jeremy told you, 53 to 55, depending on, you know, if we're allowed to go out and purchase the vehicles or to, you know, find them. That's what we looked at thus far under state contract, has been the pricing. And then there's gonna be somewhere, you know, if we have to put new radios in them, $25,000 to $27,000 to outfit one, between emergency lighting, radios, transport petitions, grills, winches.
The new stuff's not compatible with the old equipment.
No,
Okay.
it's not.
And then to save money more, well, how many of these are just on mileage and upkeep and wear and tear? How many of these are driven outside how many of the officers live outside of Mays County that take these home?
They would take them, I don't know the exact number, but it's 25 miles from the city limits. So I don't know the exact number of that right offhand.
And who
Well, you-
set that 25-minute, that 25-mile
The,
limit policy?
the prior police chief did, the former one. So, and I'm not gonna pull the take-home cars because it's retention, and I'm not gonna lose officers because we can't hire. So every law enforcement agency in the state of Oklahoma does take-home cars. You're crazy if you pull that. And I'm not gonna do that, so that's not even on the table.
To his point, Mays County, I believe now provides their courthouse deputies with take-home cars because they needed to retain them, to a static post.
I'm just asking
Okay.
the question, how many live outside and you don't know the answer?
Not offhand, no.
Okay, and then finally, what is the interest rate gonna be?
5.75.
Okay, and that is from one particular financial institution?
No, I'm bidding it.
Okay, not BOK, BOC.
RCB was 5.86, I'm getting another one, so I'll have,
It was 5.86.
something like that.
And, okay, so you are checking around?
Mhm.
Okay. And then my last question is to Charles. You made some sort of comment a while ago comparing interest or maintenance cost versus vehicle cost, and I thought you said it's a no-brainer or something like that a while ago. Is that, do you remember saying something like
Yeah,
that? Or it's a no-brainer for what?
to save money for the general fund.
So that would be in favor of getting these new vehicles in?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, so what it is, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're gonna take 3 out of commission completely, so those are gone. Then you're gonna take 3 others that probably have a little bit more mileage on them. I assume you're gonna give them the school resource.
So
So that's gonna be less mileage, less wear and tear on your drivetrain and everything else that goes on. Anything can break with a car just sitting and idling, but I assume they're probably not even gonna be doing that all that much, are they?
No, not at the school. They're
So, go ahead.
But Charles, in your opinion then, putting a pencil to this, you don't see anything?
Based on what I'm saying from Jeff, it makes perfect, again, and then, Mayor, whenever I say this, I respectfully request we call for the vote. We beat this damn horse to death. We're gonna have about 52,000 annual on these. We put 51,000 back into the 4-4 account every month. So that's hardly, that's an immaterial impact. But by doing this, we're actually going to save maintenance costs out of the general fund. And that's, at the end of the day, that's really all I focus on, is that general fund and how do we get it.
Okay, thank you.
Call for the vote, please, Mayor.
Do your thing, Courtney.
Thank you. Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
See an issue with me voting on this?
What?
Do you see an issue with me voting on this?
Oh, I don't.
No, because I would think it would benefit the whole, not specifically.
Yes.
I didn't even think about that.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
No.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, when they come in, make sure that they wash their cars regularly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Hey, Chief,
Where are you going?
get my hair. We didn't adjourn adjourn. You still got another hour's worth of stuff here. All right, I believe that's all for we'll go on to the mayor's report. Item B, discussion and possible action regarding the financial stability of the city to determine if the hiring freeze should be amended to responsibly hire a part-time animal control officer, which is a budgeted position.
I'll make a motion, we table this until we have an updated budget that's approved.
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay. We can discuss.
Technically, to table something, we're gonna have to have a date, a next council date.
Until an approved budget.
That was gonna be my question.
I think it's supposed to be a date.
We had to look it up a while ago. It has to be a
I
date.
think it has to be a
set.
date, so when's the?
Otherwise, you just have to do no action.
I'll amend it to no action.
Can I make a recommendation, a request? Before we just jump on the bandwagon of this, I'm a boil blood here, but I don't really care. Before we just jump on the bandwagon of, I want to table the hiring freeze, I think it's important to hear why this item is on the mayor's report. We don't just put things on there to be belligerent and stupid. We put them on there because there's a real problem. And I'm gonna say this, even though we haven't gone to discussion, we have a real problem. We have a real problem that you guys have all been warned about that is really happening. And that's why I suggested at chief, who is elected by the city, by the people, has something to discuss. I would think that we would at least be respectful enough to hear him out. That's my recommendation. You can go ahead and table it if you want, but
Mayor,
yes.
I think what you're talking about for the chief to discuss that would be under C, to discuss why they need the part-time employee. The item on this agenda is to discuss the financial stability of the city.
Yeah, but if we table B, C isn't even an option. We've been down this road before.
Technically, B talks about the animal control officer as well, but should be a scrivener's error. It should be just to responsibly hire, however it was phrased in the previous agendas. So B and C are repetitive almost.
So a scrivener's error to discuss,
It'd be to
change the wording around of how the agenda should be done. Well, Chase, what's your opinion on that? The scrivener's error card came out on the wording.
What is the scrivener's error on it?
It says to amend the hiring freeze to responsibly hire a part-time animal control officer. That should be just the language. That hire a part-time animal control officer in that agenda item shouldn't be there. It should just be however it was worded on previous agendas. And then item C talks about hiring the part-time animal control officer.
So I took that right up what you sent me on my letter, our email. So that came off your email because we have to put that on there because the city's on a hiring freeze. So
Well, I
you
have
can't
a
discuss
motion
anything.
on the floor to table. I'm not withdrawing it. If I have to put a date, be the first council meeting that the budget's approved.
When is the first council meeting that the budget will be approved? Because I have to have a physical date.
I think it has to have a date. I think that's right.
So if you can't give me a calendar date.
Second council meeting in June, because it's supposed to be approved in June.
Mr. Budget Chair, will the budget be ready for June?
I don't know if it will or not.
Are B and C different positions, or is this,
No, that's what I'm
it's
talking
one
about.
position?
Yes.
So
And technically.
part of C got included in B.
Yes. And it should just be however we worded the amending the hiring freeze in previous agendas.
So
It should
basically,
be.
B should just, we're just
So the
discussing
way-
financial stability.
Yes.
So the way it's written, if B is lifted for the hiring freeze, the way it's written, it would only apply to letter C, and D wouldn't apply at all. because
Correct.
it's-
You have to talk about lifting the hiring freeze, and then, if that's approved, move on to talking about hiring an animal shelter part-time person.
That's right.
I don't see the harm in discussing where we're at, because I personally am brand new and would love to know where we're at on that situation.
There is a motion with a second.
There was a motion and second to table, and then Gantier did a motion to amend to no action.
Oh, you said I had to have a date, so I'm
Right.
gonna give it the date.
So you're moving back to, you're amending it again to go back to.
Because we didn't know when it was gonna be approved, so it should be approved by the second meeting in June, so yes, the table.
I doubt it will be, don't you, Mayor?
Do what?
I doubt if we'll have a budget by the second meeting in June.
And then if there isn't a second meeting in June, what happens? This just falls off?
It'll come back up, and then we'll have to either handle it then or push it to whatever the meeting,
So
whenever the
I
budget
wanna,
is.
I wanna be perfectly clear, and maybe I'm speaking out of order, out of turn, out of time, but, you know, we have since August played this game of the hiring freeze. Everybody that's come to me and asked for employees, I've fought that battle for them. I want the council to understand, and I'm not backing down on this, and I'm unapologetic for it. We have a situation, in several of our departments, where the hiring freeze is now causing detriment to the success of the city. And by that, I mean disciplinary issues. Hell, if I know I'm not gonna be fired because I can't be rehired, I may do what I want. But we're gonna play the game. We have situations where burnout, and this is not the first time I've said this. And in this particular case, Becky, I'm sorry, I'm gonna pick on you and your department. We have 3 people working a 24-hour round-the-clock shift, to which one of them, it wasn't Becky, when I say this, ripped off their uniform and said, "I'm done, I can't do this, it's too much." Some other comments were made that are not appropriate for this meeting because of the burnout. And because we have good officers in place and we have a good chief who cares about his department, was able to go back to that person, talk to them. There was a little disciplinary action taken. There was take a day off, get yourself back together. We need you. How far do we have to take this nonsense before we realize that it's not me hurting the employees? It's not Courtney, it's not Chief. It's those who don't understand that when we did this budget, I've said this 1,000 times, we budgeted for all of these positions. We budgeted above, we budgeted for every increase that would be needed in terms of steps and increases. We've lost numerous employees, we've had to terminate employees that we haven't been able to replace, that were on the budget. And here we are going, we can't, even if we had to fire an employee for something awful, heaven forbid that would happen. And I hate to say it's even a possibility. I can't replace that budgeted person who we had to let go for disciplinary issues. And so here we are going, I barely got this read before we said, I want to table it. You go right ahead and table it. Go right ahead and play this game another month. Play this game through the end of the year. But we're going to start losing officers quick. We're going to start losing employees. We're going to start losing clerks up here because they're stretched so thin. I drove by.
Mayor, what do you propose we do?
It's a budgeted, it's already
I got it.
$9,000.
Hey, hear me out, let me,
Hey, point of order.
$1,000 less money than what the budget.
Yeah,
The budget's not being met.
Hey, point of order.
Well, you know what, we have a
So-
motion on the floor, let's vote on that motion. So we can have
That
the
is the next
discussion.
step, is to
So-
vote on the motion to
If
table.
you want the discussion, vote no. If you want to go ahead and be done with it tonight, then vote yes. Courtney?
Okay, I've had 3 motions. I think the last one is Gantier made a motion to amend his original 2 motions to table until June 18th, which is the second council meeting in June.
Yes.
Okay, I need a second.
That's me.
Clarify what a yes or no vote would mean.
A no means you want the discussion. A yes means it's off the table and we're done with it for tonight.
A yes means we're tabling it until June 18th.
Well, do we have any idea right now where we stand financially as far as what next year's budget's gonna be? Is it gonna be?
Discussion. I don't know that we can discuss this now.
Call.
Okay.
Well, that would come under the item on the agenda.
But
Stability.
vote's already
The
been called
motion is
for.
to table, not to discuss.
Okay, all right, you're right.
Okay, Brashears.
Yes is if you want the discussion.
No.
No, I'm sorry. No. No is if you want the discussion. Yes is if you just want to be done.
Okay, honestly,
Okay, just to clarify again, if you say yes, you're voting to table the item until
Correct.
June 18th. No is you want to talk about it too.
No is we'll seek
Or,
another motion.
yeah, I guess some other. Brown,
No.
Trammell,
No.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
No.
Shropshire,
Nope.
Bradshaw.
No.
Can I make a motion to amend item B to for discussion and possible action regarding financial stability of the city to determine if a hiring freeze should be amended? Period.
I've never been through this, so are we still good to keep going on the same item?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
you can still, yes.
Okay, so your motion is to just discuss it.
Only to the point of whether we should, hiring freeze should be amended.
Okay. So discussion and possible action, blah, 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 to amend the hiring.
So like,
The-
last time when I put that in there, you had me add that other part in there, so that's what I went off of, is what you told me to
The
put.
issue with that is you can't vote.
I thought it was a scrivener's error.
It's not, because I put it what he told me to put.
Well, the problem was that you were talking about your hire, she's got her hire. So if you go down to.
Oh, I didn't see
That's
there
where
was,
the Scrivener's error.
I didn't see there
It's
was two
not-
things in
it's
there.
not- Chief, it's not on
Yeah.
yours. It's
Oh,
on
okay,
yours.
okay,
Yeah,
good.
so we're not like skipping over it.
Okay,
So can we amend it to responsibly hire,
And then period after.
a budgeted position?
I think just
that-
responsibly hired would be okay.
So amended. And a vote.
So,
We just need a second.
To discuss.
Second?
I thought we had one.
Motion from Brown, second from Bradshaw.
Do we want me to discuss mine or no?
What are we allowed to discuss right now?
Financial stability of the city to determine if the hiring freeze should be amended for any reason.
What can he say in this?
We are,
Whatever we ask.
we keep hearing this is a budgeted position, and I understand that. But when the revenues are $882,653.90 less than what's budgeted, then we can't say it's a budgeted item if the money is not there. And that's my problem.
And that's my argument too. I'd love to hire some people,
Absolutely.
but if we don't have the money and we don't know how much money we have, it's gonna be stupid to keep hiring and end up having to lay somebody off at the end of the year.
Right, and the reason I wanted this discussion was because of that, was, number one, $750,000 short, more than that, short. But I understand the need for people and whatnot. Now, you're gonna be able to explain this a lot better. The rumors that I've heard that I can't go off of because they're rumors was that a lot of the things at the shelter was, can I ask that question? Was reliant a lot upon volunteers. What are they allowed to do and not allowed to do versus a hired employee?
So basically, I'll just give you the setup of the animal shelter. The animal shelter's got 3 full-time employees
Okay.
that have been here 8+ years, which is unheard of. Everybody's been here at least 8.
Yep.
Then we have the 2 part-time who are temp employees. The temp employees can work up to 40 hours a week. The temp employee, we had 2, one quit. The one that's left only works 15 hours a week because she has another job. So now we've essentially lost a position and a half. Then you have the volunteers that come in and work. We've got a dad with 2 daughters who comes out there, but they'll walk dogs and your basic stuff. The issue we run into, and I'll let Becky speak more of it here in a minute, but they start coming in, and we know what dogs do overnight. It's 40-something animals on just the dog side, and then all the cats. They have to clean. Well, they get cleaning. They ran 59 animal calls in April. Guess what? They're leaving the shelter. They're coming back. They're helping people out there. And I'll let you get into a little bit of that, like with the volunteer side of it.
Well, okay, so we have another girl who does Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, who's amazing. I can leave and she'll be there still cleaning. Has not been paid $1. 6 years.
And so that, what happened the other day that he's referencing, the employee was every weekend, all I can do is come here and clean.
Full-time or part-time?
The full-time that he was referencing. come in and basically had enough, said, I can't deal with this no more. I'm not, all I do is work to death with these animals, and I think I leave, and we're full, and I gotta go calls, and, you know, I mean,
How many
people
hours-
handle stress different.
How
So
many hours do they work a week?
40 plus, all the full-time. They're,
Oh, yeah.
At this point, the bulk of the city overtime that is paid out by pay period is the animal shelter.
so they were upset, quit. They quit, I am up creek without a paddle. That shelter will have to shut down. I mean, we'll close. There's no way to run it with 2 people full-time. At minimum, it's the 30 full-time, and so talked to them, they came back, things are okay right now, but we're still in the same position. We do this adoption event, we send 11 out, how many do we bring right back in?
I have
That's
one
like-
empty kennel.
So you got one empty kennel.
One empty kennel.
We're trying to find a person to work the kennels. So that person would come in, give us even 15 hours a week, some temp person to come in and clean those kennels to alleviate them having to be in there where they can go take calls and do other things without having to just clean, put everything up. And when you clean, you pull dogs out, so they're outside. It's not, I've been in that shelter a lot lately. They don't sit in there with their feet. I mean, if anybody wants to volunteer and help offset costs, you're more than welcome, come on.
I will take
come to work.
any of you.
I mean, we'll put you to work. I mean, I've got no, you can help.
You were
We
saying-
start at 8 in the morning.
Let me ask you a question. I know your problem, you know our problem with the money. How about reaching out to Cherokee Nation to see if they've got anybody to put in their pool?
We've tried. We've been doing, and he can explain more about that side of it because we've been trying.
They don't wanna do it?
It's not that they don't want to do it. The process is becoming challenging. Their programs are not tailored to what we need at the drop of a hat. They're trying to make the accommodations, but within the Cherokee Nation workforce versus what the Cherokee Nation Council wants, it's not really what they have available. So we're trying. It's a work in progress. They've given us MOUs to sign, they've given us things to do, but it still now comes down to Cherokee Nation workforce versus the Cherokee Nation counselor that we deal with, still wants us to have intent to hire.
Yeah, but
You don't understand what an intent to hire means.
I understand what you're saying on it, and I know that's set up, but what about for right now in the summertime, if we had some summertime kids that they'd give us to get by this right now?
June 12th through July 3rd is that program, and it's max 15 hours.
I mean, would that help us at all?
Have we gone out
What's a
of
temp?
the way asking for volunteers?
I post
$10.
every week on my Facebook page. I mean, I post that stuff, and I'm trying to get people.
You said that a majority of the overtime that was spent was at the shelter, correct?
Now,
So
now,
would
let
we
me
save?
caveat that.
Okay.
Outside of the special overtime shifts that
Well,
are required.
Okay,
Yes.
but would we save money by hiring another person versus the overtime that we're putting out?
How much overtime y'all
How
running?
could you not? They
Because
get paid $10 an hour.
A temp person makes $10 an hour, and we could even say you're only gonna do 15 hours a week. It's $150 a week that we're paying that person to help run the
So
kennels and all
what are
that.
you running in overtime?
At that
I'd
time,
probably make that
Last
in overtime.
payroll, or, I'm sorry, March's financials has $854 in overtime.
For animal control overtime.
For animal
For
control.
3 people.
Whoa.
So,
And the temp's $10 an hour.
$10.
Yeah, but that's not worked into that line.
Jeremy, this person would get how much pay? You said it's budgeted for this part-time person.
$10. It's through the temp service, so it's $10.
No, it is a temp service job. Okay, and how many hours do you really,
could-
realistically need them?
I mean, 15,
But you could go more.
yeah, easy.
Okay, so this person is not a city employee with all the other benefits that go along with that. It is a temp person through the temp agency.
Yes.
Then, and to the mayor's, to your advantage on wanting this done, you had Coker tonight send us, because the discussion is about the financial stability of the city. You had Coker send us an email today about the police car thing. Why didn't you have him do the same thing about the stability of the city for the hiring?
So we've talked
Or
about.
did you ever think about that?
Well, of course, I thought about it, Terry. The discussion immediately was for the vehicles. he knows, I mean, he knows, we talked about it. He didn't send me an opinion on that. That's the bottom line.
So,
Are we actually thinking though honestly that if we hire a temp that we're gonna probably save money and take less stress off of the department out there? How's that gonna work?
You show me a job doesn't have stress, that's something you deal with.
Yeah, they quit, and then what do you do?
The problem is, we are short money, at least $500,000, probably $850,000 in a year. So all the sad stories and all the sad songs, it's not gonna make a difference on the next budget when it's $1 million shorter.
Well, let me ask a question, and I'm trying to figure this out.
I ain't
So
good.
if she's getting paid more money to work overtime than somebody would be paid for working part-time, and that would actually save money, so are we helping ourselves by bringing in a part-time person and you not having to work the overtime you're working? Is that actually saving us money? I mean, it seems like it would be if the way that's working.
Seems like a win-win.
How
I mean, it
much-
avoids some stress and saves us money, so that's a win-win.
Well, I would wanna see those numbers from the city of Talent.
And how much are we paying the temp agency, not how much is the employee receiving?
So the employee would get about $10 an hour. Rough numbers based off of my employees' calculations that I've done previously, we would end up paying Express about 15 an hour. Pretty close to that, not too much more, I would assume. We pay the clerk's office typically $17.48, and I believe Express gets a total of like 21, 22 an hour off of, from us completely for all of that. So pretty close to about 15 an hour for
So let me ask this question, and let's bring this back to numbers. We started this year with a fund balance of $1,753,818.42. We have overspent this year. Even though the city accountant told us to save $1.2 million, we have overspent $882,653.90, which takes our fund balance, fund equity balance down to $871,164.53. How are we even going to take those numbers right now and budget next year at the same amount we are now to just maintain the current workforce? It's the personnel costs, the salaries that are killing us. That's why we overspent $334,000 in March, because we had 3 paychecks, not because we paid 3 times as much overtime. The overtime is there, but the purpose of a hiring freeze is to bring costs down rapidly. We've been doing that, we just haven't been doing it as effectively as we need to. We will be sitting here this time next year talking about furloughing or laying people off, because at $871,000 fund equity balance, we cannot budget enough to even cover personnel costs that we have right now. I hear what you're saying, Becky. Go out. Let's get out there and find volunteers. If there's any one department that will benefit the most from volunteers, it's this animal shelter. I know we can do this. I know several years ago, we had multiple volunteers out there. That animal shelter was working effectively. I'm not saying it's
We
not
do
working.
have multiple.
We need to get more. I think we will get more people in there. This is about cutting expenses or raising revenues at the end of the day to save our budgetary authority next year. That's what my focus has been on since we lifted or put that hiring freeze in place in August and started playing games, I guess. But I hear what you're saying, we simply cannot do it and continue down this road.
So,
We may have to shut it down.
I was gonna say, hypothetically speaking, I had that one quit, say he quits, then what do I do?
I have zero,
What if we have to lay them off?
yeah, but the thing is,
What if we start laying off police officers?
you don't have to convince me of the need. You don't have to convince me of the need in the
I'm
clerk's
good.
office. We just don't have the money to fund the need. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I agree. But we don't have the money is the problem. It's not that we don't believe you. It's not that we don't want you to have.
Exactly.
It's we do not have it to give to you.
To go back to his point, though, you're paying an overtime, and you're paying a temp employee that's not getting any benefits or anything.
Courtney?
So, like I said earlier, if we pay Express $15 or so an hour for a temp employee, for the lowest paid animal control full-time officer right now, overtime amount is $29.19 an hour. So, somebody asked about that earlier, how much the cost difference would be. So we can pay an employee overtime at $29 an hour, or pay temp service $15 an hour.
And then we'll open the floodgates and we'll have a temp employee.
Hang on, there's others that have tried to speak.
What did you say was the overtime cost so far at the animal shelter?
The animal shelter's overtime year-to-date is $7,900. And there is an animal control part-time account item, or line item, that we budgeted $24,000 in for the fiscal year, and there's $12,000 remaining in that account.
And what would the average annual cost of a part-time? Now, when I say, you're differentiating.
Camp is not part-time, yeah,
Yeah,
camp.
he keeps saying the wrong words.
I keep saying part, it's
Temp
not
is
part-time.
express. Part-time would be a city employee, but we would not be doing
Okay,
that.
yeah, temp, yeah, well, yeah, I keep reading part-time in there,
Yeah.
and anyway, what would the annual cost of hiring a temp?
If we hire a temp and they work 40 hours a week, just a max amount of money that we would possibly spend. That would be $31,200 for 40 hours a week.
Now, you were asking
15.
15?
And I did that calculation based off of the 15, so that would be to Express, $31,200. Not just what the.
She's talking about the yearly rate, or the 40
Can I
hours.
get a little bit more detail here? June, the lady who is our temp now, she quits, she goes back to the school, because that is her full-time job. She will be there on the weekends and weekends only. We're just asking to hire somebody to take her place during the week.
Will that eliminate your guys' overtime, you think?
It'll help it.
Well,
Probably a lot of
just to bring it back to a numbers game here, is if you're asking for 15 hours a week through the summer, or no, till the school's out, and you can have this person back. If you're paying an equivalent of, you said an equivalent of $15 an hour over the course of a year to Express.
Right.
And that, like, there any other cost on that? What? or is
No, that would be total cost. So they
that's-
take the $15 an hour and they keep their $5 per hour off of
Okay.
that, and then the employee gets that $10 an hour.
So over the course of if it were a year, that would be what, 12 grand?
For 15 hours.
Charles, is that, you're the math guy here. If you're talking $15 an hour for 15 hours a week, you're talking about what, 12 grand a year?
I'm not really, I don't know. I want to see these numbers from the city account.
Okay, well,
That's the person we need to be talking to.
Courtney, will you make sure that you give those numbers to Jeff so he can give them to them?
I actually did include him in the email that I sent all the council members with our financials update, just like I do every month. So yeah, he does have those
Well,
numbers already.
What
The same
sorry, finish up, I'm sorry.
I just said the same ones.
Okay. The way that I would be for, and I get it, I've been in places where you're understaffed and overworked, and unfortunately, in my case, I couldn't say anything. But if it can be shown to be a neutral or beneficial, as in we start going positive on our general fund, then I'm more amiable to it. And that's why I'm asking for numbers. What would the numbers be? Okay, if we go as we are now, obviously the stress is not being eliminated. It's either staying the same or we're taking a chance at it getting much worse. But if hiring a temp working part-time hours, 10, 15 hours a week, is that cost going to offset the cost of overtime? So that's the question. So if yes, it will do it, I'm okay with it. Because number one, that's gonna help you guys out. And we already have a problem in the city with strays and people not treating animals right. I mean, it falls lower on the totem pole for me. But but it's a problem. You know, it's one thing if the police department were to close tomorrow versus an animal shelter closing tomorrow, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
For clarification. But if it's going to offset or bring, even if it's close, I would be fine with it. But that's what I wanna see, is that going to offset? Because yes, my concern is, you know, the worst thing we could do is hire somebody on, turn around next year and have to lay people off. So we're balancing here, so with those numbers, I mean, I know we wanna see it from a city accountant, can we do something like that? Like say, hey, can we see, what's it gonna cost relatively per Charles's, you know, what he said?
Well, I feel like it's gonna at least offset if she's saying that you're cutting back on the current temps because they've got another job, right? So it at least will
It's the
offset.
same money,
It's just
basically.
gonna be the same, I mean,
Right.
so.
Well,
that's-
even if we're spending $7,900, but it costs us $10,000 to hire this person on over that same course of time, that's at least a very low offset, that's a very low margin.
Plus it cuts stress.
Yeah.
And you have that added benefit.
It's a lot more than.
But for the sake of time and opening up this discussion and moving forward with the agenda and getting work done, what can we do to alleviate Charles's thing over here too? Because he said, we want the numbers.
Can we not call Coker on the phone or get him on the phone?
It is 9:39.
Well,
And he also has,
Push this off until Comfort comes to next council meeting and sit there and tells us where we're at. If he shows us where we're at, I'm good.
I mean, if a temp employee makes or breaks the city, we're in trouble anyway.
Well,
I mean,
right.
And if I lose somebody, I'm really in trouble.
To some degree,
But-
the city is in trouble, it seems to me like, and we are hemorrhaging money, even if it's a budgeted position. How do we stop the bleeding?
Right.
I don't know how we're gonna get
Yeah.
there if we keep hiring or keep spending money. I mean, I know we have to spend money to some degree, but
And so-
where do we draw the line to say, okay, I'll hire this one, or I'll hire this one?
Because the next
I don't
agenda
know.
item is hire somebody in city clerk's office.
So here's the deal, on my deal though, with the police department, I've got 2 full-time positions, and I haven't brought them. I mean, I understand where we're at, I wholeheartedly understand. When a department is having problems and comes to me, and I'm seeing issues within that department, and I think a temp employee will fix that problem and help, I'm gonna fight for it. You know, I'm not fighting the police, like I said, I understand where we're at wholeheartedly. I mean, we're down 2 positions.
I think we need to retain people and eliminate stress also.
Well, I think something else
How are we
to-
keep going over budget if we're not even full staff?
something to consider.
We're the only one shorthanded, to my understanding, and I've looked at the numbers, I think the police department,
She would tell you.
sorry, City Hall.
I was gonna say.
Police department.
Yeah.
Police department and City Hall are the only ones down full-time employees right now that were budgeted in the position. So we're the ones, and the police department's been down and you've been down.
I think you're right, I think the library just needs part-time
Correct.
help currently.
And I'm trying to help understand too, because we are the ones that are taking, and I get, police is the biggest budget. I understand the biggest numbers, the biggest department. I get
The
that.
other thing to remember, sorry, Jeremy.
No, you're good.
that we really have to consider, and this is backed by numbers that say we're paying more this year over the last 2 years. As the workplace stress goes up and employees are spread thin and we get in these scenarios where they're working tired, the workman's comp issues and the insurance rate. Look, we're battling right now to keep the insurance where it's at, and Brown & Brown has got some pretty dang good numbers coming forward. But as we go forward, those workman comp rates that we're gonna have to pay for this year are based on the last 2 years of payments, and they're the high, I think he said historically high, right, Troy, isn't that what he said? And so as we go into that, we've gotta remember, it's not just the payroll, it's gonna be workman's comp, it's gonna be insurance, it's gonna be all these things as we spread our employees thin and create these it doesn't create healthy work. Yeah.
Is it gonna create more stress though when you have to furlough?
I haven't said anything about furloughs.
No, but the numbers might.
Yes, exactly.
I've worked at this city, employee for 10 years, and I heard that every year. Never happened. And I'm leading the department, and I understand where we're at. That's why I'm holding off on 2 full-time positions, and I'm not pushing those. Because I get where we're at. We're doing, department heads are working our butts off to to do what we can for the city as well. I mean, we're not out here just blowing money left and right. I get where we're at, and I also, it's been a stressful 3 weeks in that department, in that office. Sit where I sat and go through, I promise you, I'm more concerned about it probably than anybody, maybe besides the mayor in here. I mean, we all that have full-time employees that are under us, depending on us, have that stress. I mean, we have these people right here that are, you know, the meat and potatoes of our departments, running the department. As a department head, you have to get up here, you know, when you see something like that and push for it. The police, that's why I've held off. I mean, I get where we're at, and we're doing, sorry, I'm not trying to hold your hand.
I don't think
Anyway.
anybody thinks you're gonna break it. It's that it opens the gates for later on.
Well, it would be terribly easy for us to say, heck, yeah, let's go. That sounds good. Everybody feels good and everything. And then next year, then we fall through the, you know.
Just tell you, Wednesday I was in a position, or what day was that last week?
Wednesday.
So Wednesday last week, I was in a position, I'm like, oh crap, I'm in trouble. They're going out of town, and I ain't got nobody here. Who's gonna work the shelter? Luckily, we got through that, but it's a huge, huge concern. We're all built different. I mean, stress, we take stress different than others. I mean, everybody takes it different.
Anytime
You
any
got
of
different
us
employees.
go out of town, that leaves 1 or 2 people
Do all
to do it all.
Well, I'm sure not against you having the people, like I said.
And I'm open to volunteers. If y'all wanna come help, I don't know.
For years, you've heard we're going broke, but we are there now. That's a fact.
Mr. Lamar.
We just don't know how much. And we can't even, right now, we can't even do what we're doing this year, next year, because I know we're 500,000 down. We're probably closer to 800,000.
No, the numbers right now is 882,650.
And it's not, I don't want you to have anybody, that's not it. We may have to figure out, start cutting, we may have to cut dog pound hours back soon. I don't know. But I know the money's not there, no matter how sad the story is. If we don't have the money, we can't do anything.
Mr. Lamar.
I've got a couple of comments, and then I want to ask you a question. You brought up a while ago that well, first of all, these are temporary employees through a temp agency.
Yeah.
And everybody knows that when you're going through a temp agency, I would think, that it's temporary. It's not permanent.
Yeah.
We could hire a temporary person, and they, you know, whatever happens, they might be gone in 3 months. Because
they know they're not gonna be there.
Right, and it's a temp. This is just a part-time position, that it's a temp position through a temp agency. It's not gonna break us to hire some part-time people to help them out. If later down the road, we can't do it, we can't do it. It's through a temp agency. That's the gamble you take. Now, my question for the mayor is, based on what Charles just said about budget numbers that he's looking at, and I know you're putting together a budget, what is your take and your opinion of what he said about our financial situation?
My stance hasn't changed from July 1st of last year. You know, we know, you know, I find it interesting, and I'm gonna dance around this pretty delicately, that suggestions have been made for provisions within the last 2 weeks, and those provisions have not been brought to the table yet tonight, and not by me. I also think that, you know, and I've said this from the get-go, when I went to Lisa, who handles our payroll, she does that more so than Courtney does that. That is her job. I said, give me a full payroll, give me a full budget, every position with steps.
Step increases is what you're talking about.
Yes, step increases, thank you. The idea is, that created quite the cushion. You know, not to beat the dead horse, but we know that the PD's got budgeted positions, they're not there. He's not even trying to fill those. We aren't even going down that road. You know, I have Jay, who is my employee. She is my salaried employee, comes out of my budget. And I've lended her 100% to the clerk because she is shorthanded. I've also watched those clerks. You know, I don't know if anybody was in town on Saturday. What were the hours?
I work 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Saturday.
Okay, you're not answering my question.
I'm getting there. I need you to let me get there. The point is that these employees, these department heads, they are busting their humps to cover the departments. They're busting their humps to do their things. I expect fully that at some point, Becky, Jeremy, BK, Trammell, take time for themselves and their family. I don't in any way, shape, or form expect that we just, well, this is how it's gonna be, by God, we're gonna run them to the core. And stress is stress, that's not okay. That's not good work environments, and you can actually have some issues with the labor department for some of the conditions that we're creating in this city. The thing is we, everybody but Lori, Kenneth, and Brown over here, approved that budget with those numbers. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
But I'm not, listen, I don't wanna, look, I don't wanna go down that rabbit hole, but the idea is that budget was approved.
But not funded. It's not funded.
No,
That's
it
the problem.
was funded.
It's not funded now.
Mr. Gantier, we approved a solvent budget. I don't know where you think that it wasn't, like, and even still, you were a yes vote as well. But here's the point.
Okay, just stop, no.
Hang on.
No.
I'm answering the question.
No, you're not, you're just talking. The budget is just that, a plan. We never approved or said we are going to generate the revenues this year to pay for that budget. We never did, and we have failed to generate those revenues. That's the point.
I mean, going into last year, we did, I mean, and I know we're beating a dead horse, but we cut how much off that budget? That was none of our doing. We walked into a storm of a freaking mess that we had to cut. $1 million off a budget?
It was closer to
But we're
1.8.
still
I
not
get it.
generating
Man, I get it.
revenues to cover it. That's the point. We don't have money. If we did, we wouldn't be $882,000 in the hole this year.
But
Which
you
is
already
essential.
home because we've already approved you hiring
Sen-
somebody.
Well, what do
We
you?
just don't have.
Okay, I'm gonna go way out on a limb here, because we're getting nowhere on this. And again, I'm gonna go out on a limb, but I'm gonna say, I want to get this settled tonight, one way or the other. We don't need to put it off and wait for 2 weeks or another council meeting, because they need help right now. And either we're for it or against it. So I'm telling you right now that I am for it, because $10 an hour to temp employees to go out there and clean up that dog kennel is not gonna hurt us right now. And if it does down the road, again, it's a temp. In the next budget, we may not be able to fund it, who knows? But let's get this over with tonight and vote and get it done. Yes or no?
Right, and so I know I'm beating this side of it real hard. When's this, we say yes, when's this person's tentative start date?
We gotta call them and get somebody. We don't have anybody.
If this were approved, we would call Express and say, hey, we're allowed to take applicants. So they would start looking for an employee, and then they would get them through their hiring process
Right.
and then make them available to us.
But
So there's not a time frame.
basically, are you wanting this for the school year? Or for the next year? What's the time frame there?
Now, she said the one that was
So,
there has moved out.
Now until,
June is her last date.
Oh, so you're only wanting this for 2 months?
No.
No,
June is when the other one's
when
going.
the other one's quitting.
So we got one right now and she's leaving.
so from, at least until from June, because basically, is this person being a temp, when is their?
When's the other one leaving? Is she going?
When's their
to
anticipated
She's
end date?
not, no.
She's
she
working just weekends?
Yes,
How many
just
hours is she gonna be
weekend.
working weekends?
She'll usually 8.
8 hours. So she's going from, she can work up to 40,
15.
she's going from 15 hours down to 8 hours for good.
So you're gonna need 2 people, really.
Just one
Right.
We're trying to
Well,
make a one
person out of the 2
into it.
temps.
Is there a point here that you can cut service back to not need that one?
Dogs are gonna poop and pee, I guess, if you went to a kill shelter, but I ain't going to do that, and neither's Trammell. So that's the only way, seriously, I mean, we're full capacity, we can get dogs. I mean, the animals are gonna continue to do what animals do.
Right, and again, I'm trying to move forward, but I know I'm taking a long time to do it. The point that I'm trying to make is, our anticipated cost on this, if we're hiring a temp, I assume they're gonna have an anticipated date. They're no longer gonna be working for us, or are they gonna be moving to part-time, full-time, part of the city, like what's?
They just do temp hours, they're called
Yes,
temps.
our contract does not, we don't have a set time where we have to hire them permanently or anything like that with our
The one that's there now has been there 3 years, still
And we
working
have
for
kids
Right.
at the golf course, and they're way busting a lot overtime.
Okay, so basically, okay, so that's what I want to know. So basically, we could potentially, for a year, pay this person roughly in the realm of $11,000 to $12,000.
At 15 hours a week.
And if it, well,
Yeah,
if we're
at
paying,
15
if
hours,
we're
we can
paying
pay
Express $15 an hour,
Correct.
if we're potentially gonna pay roughly 12,000 per
Not
hour.
even a year. We have 12,000 left between now and June 30th.
Right, but that's what I'm
He's just
saying
saying
is,
if we agree to hire a temp employee for 15 hours a week at $15 an hour to Express, it would be about $11,700 a year.
a year. So the offset to that is going to be, tentatively, of course, because you can't guarantee what overtime's gonna be. But if it offset, because our overtime's $7,900, you know, you have about a $4,000 difference there. So that's really where it's at. If we're able to cut off as much of that overtime as possible, basically, we're not spending that, we're spending potentially $4,000 to $6,000. Yeah, I know it's not hard numbers and it's not in the budget. But the point is the cost is, to us, is probably gonna be less than $10,000 over the course of a year. The question is, can we do that for a part-time, temp at part-time hours? Good grief. And that be okay with our budget? That's the question. I know we want to see official numbers, but we're not asking for a full-time employee at 40 hours a week who's going to be working 10 to 12 hours of overtime at $60,000 a year. The question is can we potentially spend, let's say $10,000 just to be on the high end?
Well, it's not even that, it's for 6 weeks. So you're running it till July 1. July 1's the new budget, so say July 1, and that's to get some, we're probably not gonna be close, it may be closer to June when we get hired.
Well, I mean, that's.
So
when we
it's
need
gonna
them.
be a couple weeks.
Okay.
Then you hit a new budget, the budget has to come through here. So if we look at the budget and say there's not room, and we got cut, I mean, there's things that you gotta do. So new budget's coming up, so you're talking a
But if
month.
we don't get a person even hired, then we're not even out the money at all anyways.
Correct.
Until, we're
If
not
we
out
are, we're
anything
on
until a
it.
person's hired.
Mayor,
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm sorry.
okay.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I am in favor in general of keeping a safeguard in place that keeps us from rushing and hiring. Because quite frankly, we can't hire 2 officers without the potential of laying them off. We can't hire, you name it, without the potential of layoffs and furloughs next year. I mean, I understand that.
Also,
Do we
just so-
want,
I'm sorry, just so you know the process, also, anytime, as it is on the agenda today, anytime we wanna hire somebody, we have to bring it before council approval. So whether there's a hiring freeze or not, you still have final
Right.
decision before that's.
I know that, but having that hiring freeze in place makes us do this, and so if it's really important enough, we're gonna do it. That's why I say that. That's the only reason I say that. If it's important enough, we're gonna do it. I know it's a lot of work. I'm torn on it, but I'm leaning, I would be all right with this one, only because of the amount of money that it's not going to spend. And if we can project that it's gonna save us, I would be all right with that.
Well, really, what all we're voting on right now, to start this out, is whether we're going to, change the hiring freeze.
Right.
Is basically
So
what
that we
we're
can
doing.
even vote for.
Yeah, so we can go down and vote for those other 2.
So if you guys were to approve amending the hiring freeze, now you would just approve to amend it, and then in theory, if you wanted to approve Jeremy's, thing for the animal shelter, you could say yes and then say no to mine. If that's all you're wanting to do, you would still have the ability to do that, but not under B. You would have to approve amending the hiring freeze before moving forward.
What do you got, Terry?
Okay, so-
Amending the hiring freeze.
I'm confused now. When she brought it up, I just clarified this with her. So on item B, it says, we've been talking about a temp, but on here it says a part-time animal control officer. And then
Nobody
the
gave
next one,
me the time to clarify that was a scrivener's error. It's not a part-time employee, it's a temp employee through Express. And I actually have notes for the next item as well to clarify that it's a temp employee through Express.
okay,
that Jeremy
so
spoke
we're
about.
not doing 2 different ones.
Just
Okay.
one, and it was my fault, I
It is a
screwed it
temp,
up.
okay.
Correct, I screwed that up. so.
Well, and do we have that in numbers, that's basically what we would be paying
I don't have
Express?
that in writing or anything, no, that's just my basic calculations on my
Okay.
computer
Well,
a few minutes ago.
is it possible to get that?
I can go pull our contract and see what it's a percentage that we pay Express.
She knows what
so
they
it's
get,
based
does it?
off-
I mean, I know that they get $10 an hour.
Right, they're talking
Well,
about the percentage
like
we pay
for
Express after the
Express.
10 an
Yeah,
hour.
I
So
don't
basically,
Because if it
know
was
that.
$20
you're giving
an
us your
hour.
best guess, and it's probably pretty
Based off of
close,
previous calculations,
but,
because I
but
had.
it's not exact.
Exactly.
Where are we at right now?
What's the motion on the table?
Brown and Bradshaw, have a motion and second to approve, discussion and possible action regarding the financial stability of the city to determine if the hiring freeze should be amended to responsibly hire.
So yes, would amend it.
Correct. Yes would amend, no would not. Call for the vote.
So what is the clarification again?
Yes, it's to amend, no, it's not.
Correct. If you want to amend the hiring freeze, vote yes.
Okay.
If not, vote no. All right, first one is Brown.
I have another question. Yes.
Trammell,
No.
Gantier,
No.
Smith,
No.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Motion passes.
yep, it passes, there's 5 yeses and 3
Now,
noes.
this is on a
These two.
position by position
Yes.
vote by
Okay.
all of us. It's not,
Correct. All right.
we haven't done anything that said we can vote on something.
And we didn't lift it, we just amended it.
Just amended it for C and D. Discussion and possible action to allow the animal shelter to hire a temp employee would be the change there, which is already budgeted.
I'll make the motion and make it effective immediately.
I'll second.
Gotta be more aggressive, man. You'll learn. Bradshaw beat you this time. So, motion from Lamar and a second from Bradshaw to amend and make it immediate.
Okay, further discussion? Okay. It's my first time, I gotta make sure. No, is there a way to cap? I mean, I understand for that person to make $10 an hour, but what kind of cap can we put in place on that?
If you guys want to limit the amount of hours they work, that's fine.
I mean, 15 hours, 15 hours a week?
Yeah.
Yeah,
If this were to happen, you guys would set that limit. When we go to Express, we would say, okay, they are only allowed to work this many hours. So that person, when they're approached by Express, they would know that they have that limit. And that's really the only thing that you could do. You couldn't change the amount of money unless we did a whole bunch of other stuff.
Right.
It's something we could change later, like say next budget or whatever, it looks
Yeah.
good, we could up those hours, and we can always come back to that
You don't
hour.
want 20?
I'll take what we can get, but 15's fine for now. So,
Well,
it'll offset some stress, so.
I guess my issue with, to go along with what Terry just said, is what happens when you're out of town and you're like, I need that person to work an extra day, and
That's your overtime.
now, right.
So if this person comes on, how many people do you have that can work overtime?
3.
3,
3 people.
the full.
And they're regular, real
They're
full-time
full-time.
employees.
Correct.
of the city,
Okay.
which is where it gets you then in the budget, on the general budget.
Right, this is totally different than a full-time employee.
I mean, so, again, this is where I'm at on both sides, on the fence here is, you need people. You're working with, you're not working with animals, you're working with strays most of the time, right? Or strays and dump-offs.
Yeah,
And
most of the time, these
most
are
of the,
perfect
and I'm willing
dogs.
to say the vast majority of these animals are not trained, they're not, so our only options here are either A, pull someone on at our cost is $15 an hour for 15 hours a week. For an indeterminate amount of time, however long that is. Because this person in 3 months could just decide, I'm gonna go up and go somewhere else, and then you're back down to people, you're off people anyways. Even if you could try to bring somebody else on, you're still out. The other option is get to the point of having to say, we're shutting everything down, and obviously, unfortunately, the shelter might be a part of that. If it came to that, that's worst case scenario is what I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm more than that. No. Basically is, we want to give you people, we want to save money, but this is one of those places where I'm thinking, it's really not gonna cost us enough to put us in a bind. That's where I'm looking at. That's honestly where I'm looking at. I don't want to say yes because I don't want to spend more money, but how much more money are we spending here? And at the risk of potentially shutting down the animal shelter. Is the risk of not hiring somebody and shutting down the shelter greater, or is the risk to our budget of spending potentially 12 grand a year greater? Like which one's worse? And I come with that to the understanding of where our budget's at. I get that. But just so it's out there and people who are watching, that's what we're looking at. Either A, we hire someone on, spend that much money, or B, people quit, we shut down the shelter. Which path do we want to go? And which one's the greater risk? I mean, yeah, if the shelter shuts down, you save money, but then what are we going to do with what the shelter does?
It's just a temp employee, it's not like it's the major full-time staff.
Can I just throw a little smart aleck mark in? Chase just said $800 for this meeting 4 minutes ago. So, let's talk about it.
At least somebody here's
Mr. Mayor, I call for the vote. We already know if we're gonna do it or not, let's do it.
Well, we have to make a already did that.
Yeah, we got
We pay for 10.
Trammell,
No.
Gantier,
No.
Smith,
No.
Lamar,
Yes,
Shropshire,
Yep.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item D, we are making progress, y'all. Item D, possible action, discussion and possible action to allow the city clerk's office to fill a deputy clerk position left vacant on September 5th, 2023.
Motion.
Have a motion?
second.
A second? Do we need to go into discussion again?
How, just a question, how much money are we talking about?
I'm absolutely okay with having a temp employee. My laptop died because the battery's been used up through this entire council meeting, so I can't look at the spreadsheet that I've sent you guys previously on the cost for a temp versus a full-time employee. But for a temp employee, we pay $17.48 an hour. And I believe, rough numbers, it was about 21 or 22 an hour to Express for that. I'm absolutely okay with that. I'm even okay with a temp employee part-time at this point. I would really like to have just as close to as possible of a 40-hour work week as I could. And not have to have
How much are you
Lisa's
talking
daughter
about
come in
working
and
them?
save us for lots of free labor.
How many hours are you asking for the employee?
Whatever, it doesn't matter. I would prefer a full-time employee. We 100% need a full-time employee, but if a 20 hours a week is all that you guys are willing to approve, then I.
If you work somebody 40 hours a week though, then you have to start paying them benefits, right?
No, a temp employee. I would
It's
not
all
pay
through
benefits.
Express, it has nothing to do with benefits.
Well, I didn't know if there were some rules against.
Through the
Okay.
temp, they get there is a state law, or I'm sorry, federal law that does say that, but the temp and service provides those benefits to the employee instead of us, because they're not our employees, so we don't have that requirement.
Okay.
Okay, who made the motion and seconded?
I did.
Shropshire, and then you seconded.
Call for the vote?
Would you be willing to amend that to make it a temp employee at 40 hours a week?
Sure. Yeah, that sounds good.
So, again, just being thorough, and I understand I'm doing a lot of that. We're looking at a potential cost of $22 an hour to Express for full-time temp. Full-time temp. And 40
would be doing the court clerk duties?
Among other
The,
things.
what I would like to do is when we get an employee, figure out what they will do best in the office. That way, if they aren't happy doing court, I can have them doing something else that would make them happier and have our office flow properly. So tentatively, yes, but if those duties don't work very well for that person or one of my current employees would like to trade and do something else, then I would move them around.
But they would have to get some sort of specialized court training?
No.
No, okay.
Where are you averaging on overtime?
I don't even, there's a little bit of overtime in my city. I have two budgets. I have 209 and 231. 209 has a little bit of overtime in there, but it's from meetings and stuff. The 231 account does not have any overtime in it whatsoever because I don't have an employee that works in that budget.
Well, and I know we're dragging on, but this is, the part that does concern me is now we're looking at 46,000 a year. And it's not saying I don't hear you. I totally hear you. People are stretched, and that's what happens when we get in budget crises. Depending on what happens this next year with the federal level elections and good Lord, whatever's gonna happen there. The fact is price could continue to go up, and here's my apprehension. Now, again, this is Express, I get it. We're gonna orient this person's life to a salary that's like this, and then turn around and have to say, oh, sorry, you're gone.
But they know it's a temp.
I understand their temp, I get that. But somebody reorients their life for 46,000 a year. I went through Express, and if I had to stop where I was at, because that employer had decided, oh, sorry, you're gone, that was stunk. Just royally stunk. So I get both sides, but this is where my apprehension is. So my question is gonna be is cost versus gain on our city budget. I would much more, feel more comfortable with it on seeing next year's budget. And that's where I'm gonna be honest, that's where I would feel comfortable. So, that's all I have.
I'm just gonna make this request. We were here last year at this point, being just a week or two in, and here we are a year later, we're there again. As we get into this budget process, we're still fixing, we're still working. I'm not pointing fingers at this point. The thing is, and this was where we ran into some issues last year, was we got into rushing the budget. Well, where's it at? I want the numbers. Well, God, numbers don't just fall out of the sky, so give me some time. Colker's not available at the drop of a hat. Courtney has court and all these other things that she's behind on. I'm dependent on some of those people to get my numbers. I'm dependent on boards and committees. And last year what we saw was Monday or Tuesday, we'd have a council meeting. Mayor, where's the numbers? Where's the numbers? Tuesday, Wednesday, we got to, and we can't rush the budget. I know you're all anxious to see where we're going to be. I'm anxious to see where we're going to be. I'm anxious to see what we can do. Those things are realities for every employee of the city. We need to remember not to rush the budget process. It is the biggest controversy we have. It's the biggest issue we have. It's really not our money. We need to make sure we do the right thing. So my request is, as we go into this to the entire council, please do not rush the budgeting process this year. We're also trying a different way using the software and the things that we have in place versus the time-honored write it down and type it out. And so we are trying to make those changes. So that said, we got a motion on the table for D.
Yeah, you're costing us more money on the city attorney over there. Talking about budget.
So,
Could I ask for a restate of the motion?
Yeah, Shropshire amended his motion for me to have stipulation to hire a temp at 40 hours a week. I didn't have a second from you yet on that.
Yes. Seconded by me.
Thank you.
go ahead and call for the vote.
Gantier?
No.
Smith?
No.
Lamar?
Yes.
Shropshire?
Yes.
Bradshaw?
Yes.
Rushiers?
No.
Brown?
Yes.
Trammell?
No.
That
6, city attorney's report.
In the interest of being the only person trying to save in attorney fees, I would ask that we do a no action on the executive session.
I make a motion that we do no action on the executive session.
I'll second that.
Call for the vote.
That was for Shears that seconded, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Smith?
Yes.
Lamar?
Yes.
Pryor?
Yes.
Bradshaw?
Yes.
Rushiers?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Crandall?
Yes.
Gantier?
Yes.
Okay, item D, public hearing. We'll enter public hearing. This is a zoning change for Jared Gates, the west 75 feet of lot 15, block 9, the original town of Pryor Creek, Mays County, state of Oklahoma, according to the U.S. government survey and plat thereof, 101 North Mill. The current zoning is RD, residential duplex. Applicant is requesting to be zone changed to CG, commercial general, for a commercial lot to place a mobile food truck. We're in public hearing.
If we're in public, did anyone else know that that was residential?
No.
I thought that was a
looked at it on
gas
the map
station.
and I thought.
That's been a gas station forever.
That's what I thought. When I saw this, I was like, there's no way that's residential.
My only question,
My 2 cents.
and I don't know if I should do it here or should I do it, but is this spot zoning? That would be my only question.
I don't know the answer to your question, but I've researched, I've heard, spot zoning, and I don't know very much about community development. I'm doing my best to learn what I can when I can. But I have not been able to find any sort of statute, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is one that states that we're not allowed to spot zone. I've found no research that supports that.
Correct. The other thing is, when we go to our comprehensive plan that was voted on by the city, it does state that the northern corridor of Highway 69, aka North Mill, is to be developed. I don't remember the wording, I'm sorry, it's after my bedtime. But basically that we would be developing that northern corridor for commercial and or residential going north. It's right across from where Maggie's used to be,
Right by the jail.
It's a gas station.
where the bail bonds
There's-
place was at,
Yeah, that
on the
blue
corner.
building that was a.
It's the
jail.
empty lot in front of
Is
that.
that where the Daylight Donuts used to be?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was an Abco gas station for years and years and years. And the city ended up with that land at one time, didn't they? Didn't we own it?
I will say a food truck will bring us a heck of a lot more than residential duplex in that spot.
Or an empty spot?
So if there's no one speaking on public hearing, what's next?
Kimmy,
I think we're all good.
you got anything to say? All right, everybody okay if we exit public hearing?
Yeah, let's exit.
E, discussion and possible action regarding the application, Jared Gates for zoning change, legal as read above.
I make the motion, we do it.
We're in the same cadence. as
Let's
John.
do, Terry Lamar makes the motion,
And I second Terry Lamar's motion.
Chris Gantier makes the second, call for the vote.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar,
Yes.
Pryor,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers.
Yep.
I probably skipped some of y'all.
Okay,
along the
item
way,
F.
But we're just going with it tonight.
Item F, discussion and possible action regarding an amendment to the collective bargaining agreement between the city of Pryor Creek and the FOP Lodge number 116. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion from Choya, second from Lamar. This is a simple change, as our police department has gone to 12 hours and 10 hours and 8 hours. And our fire department is at 24 hours, and our policy manual references an 8-hour shift. What we're looking to change is the verbiage in the meantime that we're working through this current bargaining agreement. They would say that and it's in regards to holidays, that a holiday equals one scheduled shift. That's all we're doing.
Thought we added another day.
Aren't we adding the Juneteenth holiday?
So
That's separate
right
of
now,
this?
what he means is when they take a holiday, if they use holiday time, they are only able to use that in an 8-hour increment. But if they worked 12-hour shifts,
So, yeah, exactly that. Our policy manual says that a holiday is an 8-hour shift.
So you can only, or you can only use 8 hours.
So in
holiday
essence, if
time.
we don't make this amendment right now, any holidays that come up between now and the end of the fiscal year when that contract renews, the PD would have to take an 8-hour holiday and work 4 hours.
Right.
And we want to make sure that they're allowed, their holiday is their scheduled
I
shift.
think what they're saying is that it does make the change that there's now 14, not 13. And that's what I
That's
think,
my
That's
question.
what's in the
that's
amendment.
what they were.
Yeah.
Or in the
it's
packet, I'm
amendment.
sorry.
It's highlighted in the
Oh,
amendment.
another amendment.
The
Oh,
holiday,
yes,
yes.
okay.
Well, listen, that's great. We're already discussing that. You guys already
I
approved to
didn't
add
realize
that.
that was highlighted.
So part of the, yeah, I didn't realize that was highlighted either. The intent of this item is exactly as I stated. It's not about Juneteenth. We're adding that in. You guys approved that last year.
I bet, okay, so when we saved this stuff, that was probably saved from the last time when we approved the
And it
Juneteenth
was
thing,
just-
and we
And it
just
just
didn't take the
didn't take
highlight
it
off.
But,
Yeah,
but
so
this
that's
is
why.
to change, it actually adds the verbiage that a holiday equals one scheduled shift.
This is also only amending until next month. That's what they're
Right,
Right.
not the new fiscal year.
And they are,
For payroll, it's, there were a couple options to fix this for payroll. That's what the issue was mathematically how to do that. My idea was just amend the overall contract as a whole, that way payroll doesn't have to redo their whole system. So this was my idea in fixing other issues for a month.
I'm okay with that.
it just gets us till we can get the bargaining
It's
and
a patch.
the FOP is on board with it and they are okay. It doesn't,
Mayor, I call for the vote.
You beat me to it.
Trammell,
it's exhausting.
Yes.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Lamar, Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Thank you.
Brown.
Abstain.
Committee reports, budget personnel.
14.
Insurance ordinance.
It's 2 or 3 months out unless something comes up.
We're planning to have a special meeting on the 23rd. We determined that just a little, few hours before council.
23rd.
I'll probably do it next week.
I just have to double check with Brown and Brown,
It'll
but
happen
that's
for
what
the
our
next
plan
week.
is.
I'd like to do it before I do that. Street maintenance.
It'll be on our regular scheduled meeting on the, what is it, the 3rd or 4th? Whatever it says on our calendar, the
It's
next
on the
meeting.
calendar, yep.
Yeah.
Item 8, we have no unforeseen. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion from Brashear and a second from Lamar.
I just want to scream at you.
No, it's all right. Call for the vote.
Gantier,
Yes.
Smith,
We're almost done, Terry.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Trammell.
Yes.
All right, call to order the Pryor Public Works Authority. Approve the minutes of the April 16th, 2024 meeting. You have a motion.
Motion.
Motion Choya,
Second.
second Brown. Call for the vote.
Smith,
You have to abstain.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire, Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Abstain.
Brown,
Abstain.
Trammell,
Yes.
Gantier.
Yes.
No unforeseeable. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Gantier and Brashear. Call for the vote.
Lamar,
Yes.
Shropshire,
Yes.
Bradshaw,
Yes.
Rushiers,
Yes.